Do you like teenage girls?
When you say teenage, how old are we talking?
Girls who are teenagers.
Rolex on your wrist, a plain giant.
For someone to come home with me, all you have to do is be quit playing. I didn't do this stuff. But just use your common sense. This is not me. I'm fighting for my life. Y'all killing me with this. This is not about music.
What up and welcome back. It's your girl Jane, the plainest Jane, and we got some syrup to get into. So listen, it's deja vu all over again. It's day 17 of the R. Kelly trial, closing arguments in said trial. Mind you, if we think about what happened in New York, right? It was literally just 355 days ago, right? September 22nd, 2021. Y'all remember I covered that trial. It's been 355 days since R. Kelly has been convicted of his crimes, and he was recently sentenced to 30 years in prison. So it's definitely feeling like deja vu. Literally 355 days ago, almost exactly a year ago, R. Kelly was sitting here, but in New York, okay? Now, this is the beginning of week 5. The trial spilled over a little bit. And after 16 trial days, 34 witnesses, the jury is likely to begin deliberating tomorrow. Because, yeah, we caught up. We giving y'all same day coverage again because I got my rest and I'm caught up. But nonetheless, come on in. Hit thumbs up on the video. Yes, my co-host is here harassing me for a TREAT, and he gonna have to wait a little while. Come on and get comfortable. Find your seat on the bus. Roll your window down. Keep your bottles down. Blow your smoke in a space that ain't gonna get me pulled over. And share this video with somebody via text message, Twitter, social media, your group chat, whatever, so I can pick your friends up too. All right? So closing arguments, listen, you read the title. Obviously, today was pretty freaking dramatic in court. R. Kelly's not on trial by himself. There are two other people, two other co-defendants who are on trial along with him. So today was very intense and dramatic in court. You had somebody that had a panic attack in the courtroom. There were 2 mistrial attempts, literally about 2 hours apart. So within like a 3-hour span, 2 mistrial attempts denied, baby. Cause stop playing these games. We ain't get this far with the feds for you to just be able to throw it out that easily. The defendants actually had some emotional reactions, and one of them even cried. Okay. The prosecution actually ended up describing in their closing arguments, they described the XXX tapes, right, with Robert and minors in graphic detail. They describe these things. They're reminding the jury again in detail. There was some pretty strong arguments from the prosecution, and we'll talk about the rest of the closing arguments in a moment. There are some schedule changes, extreme antics and presentations. We're going to go over what folks were wearing, what was their demeanor, and of course, there are some motions that have been shuffled through the court overnight / this weekend. So we have a lot to get into. Y'all need to get y'all seats. Y'all need to hit thumbs up on the bus. Shout out to everybody in the live chat. And let me just say this. It is free to donate to my channel. I don't ask anybody to donate money, right? I do remind you that my Cash App is here. If you do want to monetarily support the channel, it's appreciated, but it's not required, right? So the Cash App is here. If you want to send a Cash App, a super chat, or a super thanks, those things are appreciated. But honestly, I do appreciate the free donation if you don't got no money, if this ain't your pay week, or if you just don't want to give money to YouTubers, because that's just how you is. I get it. Just hit thumbs up. And also consider subscribing because the bus is always going. This trial is almost over. Okay. The jury is said to be deliberate. The jury has to start deliberating tomorrow unless something bizarre happens, because there's only one more set of closing arguments that we need to go through. So we're almost at the finish line as it pertains to this trial. Okay. So look, y'all, let's get ready for takeoff. Okay. It is about that time. All right. Put your seatbelts on. Let's get ready.
The plainest Jane. This is one of my favorite comments here. She says, I loves me some black, and she said, loves me some black news. She says, is it just me, or does anyone else get tired of seeing people that don't look like them delivering info about them day in and day out?
All right, so real quick, I always got to give you a trigger warning. We're talking about Robert. Trigger warning. We're talking about the illicit details with Robert and minors, okay? I always talk about mental health. Make sure you're okay before you watch my video, and whatever I'm talking about might take you away from the happy place that you need to be trying to get to, okay? Trigger warning, mental health. Shout out to the new subscribers. Thank you for 19K. And of course, before I get into breaking down today's topics and viral events, make sure you subscribe. And thumbs up or down. Either way, I appreciate it. But be sure to think critically and independently, regardless of what you hear from me or anybody else. Now, let's get right into it. I just want to remind you that R. Kelly faces 13 counts in Chicago, 4 for sexual exploitation of children, 1 for conspiracy and obstruction, and 3 for receiving, distributing, and producing child pornography, and 5 for sexual coercion. Okay? It's a lot that he's got going on, right? I'm always going to give you the synopsis over here. They're in court for a little over 8 hours each day. If you are interested in the transcripts, which gives you each and every word that's said in the courtroom before the jury walks in, after the jury walks out, so on and so forth, be sure to check out Atmos Love Zone. You'll catch Atmos Love Zone linked down below in my description box. The very first link you see down there, you'll click on the description box. You'll see the first blue link. It'll say Atmos Love Zone. Click on it, subscribe. And when you subscribe, be sure to let him know that Jane sent you. Drop some pancakes and keep it sticky, okay? Now, let's go ahead and get started. There's so much that we need to get into. Let's go ahead and start with housekeeping before the first person takes the stand, before the jury walks in. We're going to get into what happened. What motion are they talking about? Shout out to my channel members, because y'all already know I put these motions backstage way before we go live, like early in the morning. So sometimes y'all get them days in advance. But if you are a channel member, you have early access and you're privy to some of the things that everybody else sitting here isn't. So let's get into this motion that was put in over the weekend. The government actually, let me put it on the screen and make it a bit larger for you. So what this motion is, be sure to screenshot it, right? Feel free to zoom in and read it at your own leisure, right? The government does not want the defense or anyone else. They don't want any parties in the courtroom to use transcripts in their closing arguments. And obviously, like I said, this was a motion that was sent in over the weekend. So this is before the closing arguments started today. But this is what the government was asking of the courts, asking of the judge, is that no one is able to refer to the transcripts while they do their closing arguments, right? In response to that, the defense caught wind, right? You've got 3 co-defendants. The defense caught wind, and they decided to put in a motion to the judge like, hey, judge, it's taken over 3 years, but it seems like, the government has finally come to the realization that their case is based on the stories of liars, of con artists, and extortionists whose words cannot be trusted. Let me tell you something about this. What is this? A motion. Let me tell you something about this motion. I spied a typo in this. I spy a typo in this motion, but nonetheless, the defense is asking, please don't grant this to the government. We should be able to present the transcripts. I mean, hell, the transcripts are everything that we discussed in front of the jury in the court right here. Why wouldn't we be able to talk about the transcripts, right? And like I said, feel free to screenshot and zoom in your own leisure. We have so much to get into that I'm just giving you the synopsis of these motions, okay? Now, here's what happens when the judge takes the bench, and it's the judge's, opportunity to rule on said motion. So presiding judge Harry Linenweber is on the bench. And he says, first of all, before he even rules on the motions, really, it's kind of just like the judge says, I don't see how we're going to be able to get 7 hours of arguments today, closing arguments today, without killing a jury and without killing me. So we'll go as far as we can today. And obviously the judge is kind of saying right there, like, look, it's going to be a long day. You've got 3 co-defendants and the government, right? All of them are trying to do their closing arguments. There's no way that that's all going to happen in one courtroom sitting, right? 8 or so hours. Something like 8 hours, right? They get an hour lunch break. And so the judge ultimately rules on this. And the judge rules that the judge actually rules in the favor of the defense. The judge actually allows transcripts to be allowed in the closing arguments. So they deny the motion from the prosecution over the weekend to preclude the reading of trial transcripts during closing. And so I'll give my opinion about that later. There's way too much information for me to cloud the beginning of this video with my opinion. However, once we get into the ruling of this motion, right, the judge actually rules that R. Kelly and McDavid will get 105 minutes each to present their closing remarks, closing statements, or arguments, I'm sorry. And then Milton Brown will get 45 minutes. Because honestly, if there's anybody's name who's been mentioned the least in this trial situation, it would be Milton Brown. McDavid and Robert's name have been really the main ones ringing, right? So R. Kelly and McDavid are getting 105 minutes each. Milton Brown is getting 45 minutes for their closing remarks, and the prosecutors will get 3 hours to address the claims against all 3 men. Now, here's what happens when the judge tells R. Kelly's attorney, Jennifer Bone-Jean, hey, you're going to get 105 minutes. She says, she kind of like warns the judge, you know, it's going to take me 2 hours to get through my closing. I cannot limit myself to 90 minutes. I cannot be rushed with a fatigued jury, and that wouldn't be fair to Mr. Kelly. So what the judge does is he says, cool, I'll give you an extra 15 minutes. I'll give you an extra 15 minutes, girl. Make it work. What's that scene in Friday? Wait a minute, that's not enough. Make it enough. Girl, make it enough. Girl, 15 minutes, take it or leave it. You hear what I'm saying? Nonetheless, the judge said, okay, you know, you need 15 minutes? Cool, here you go. Because what did she say? She said she needs 2 hours. Okay. All right, girl. All right. 15 minutes. Because 15 minutes ain't going to make or break you. If you either going to be able to get Robert off or you aren't. At 15 minutes, it's not going to change the situation. So when the feds end up saying, okay, you gave her an extra 15 minutes. Can we get an extra 15 minutes? Then mind you, the feds already had 3 hours. But mind you, they are also going up against 3 different people. However, when the feds say, hey, can I get another 15 minutes? The judge quickly shoots back, no. Y'all already have 3 hours to work with, plus you get the last word. So no. The judge also told the prosecution, make it enough. You think you need more than 3 hours? No, make that 3 hours enough. Okay, so the judge ain't playing no games. The judge is trying to move this thing along. So that's what's going on with these motions. I put both of them on the screen. Hopefully you got an opportunity to screenshot them. If not, if you're a channel member, they are backstage for you. Okay, let's get straight into it. Whew. Let's get into this. Let me tell you, my notes are literally 16 pages long. Okay, on my document, my notes are 16 pages long. However, I think I'm a pretty quick reader. So let's go ahead and get to it. Day 17 begins. Like I said, if you haven't already taken a moment to hit thumbs up, look, I feel like I definitely deserve y'all thumbs up. Okay. Because we caught up again. We're back on day of recaps when it comes to this trial. At some point, I was behind a couple of days. Shout out to Diamond Spencer. Thank you for becoming a member. And don't forget to check the members only tab for your members only posts and members only lives. Let's get started. So we begin with the closing arguments. Obviously, we start with the government, right? So the assistant U.S. attorney starts things off for the government and says, R. Kelly and his team, they did their very best to cover up the fact that Robert R. Kelly, the R&B superstar, he's actually a sexual predator. They did their best to cover these things up, but they failed. They continue and say, Reshona, a 14-year-old child abused by Robert Kelly, who recorded the abuse. Who covers it up? These men, these three men. Robert Kelly, the man who used his position as Reshona's godfather to molest her. He took advantage of Reshona's youth, the prosecutor says. He repeatedly abused her. He performed degrading acts upon her for his own sick pleasure. We're here today because these tapes that they concealed for 20 years are no longer their secret. You've seen the tapes. You've seen what R. Kelly did to Reshona, and you've heard from Reshona. You've heard from the other women that R. Kelly abused when they were minors, and you heard about the cover-up. Robert is a sexual predator who parlayed his fame to abuse minors. Whew. They came in hot. They came in hot, okay? They came in hot with these strongly worded, like this is some strongly worded, undeniable stuff. A lot of us know the common sense, right? If you're a part of the P-Hive, listen, you're just watching, you're in the bushes, you're upset. You're upset, right? But this is stuff that we've already known. However, the way that they've worded this, big. Okay? So now the prosecution explains that R. Kelly faces 13 counts in Chicago, 4 for sexual exploitation of children, 1 for conspiracy of obstruction, 3 for receiving, distributing, and producing child pornography, and 5 for sexual coercion. And so the prosecutor says, there's a lot of ground to cover here. R. Kelly has been charged for sexual exploitation of Reshona Landfair in videos 1, 2, 3, and 4. The entire videos 1, 2, and 3 are in evidence. They are available to you. And so now what happens? And when I say I want to give y'all a trigger warning, like this is anytime you're talking about what R. Kelly has done with a child, right? You might want to brace yourself, and I'm definitely want to give you a trigger warning because at this point, the prosecutor begins reminding the jury of the tapes that they saw in explicit detail. Okay? So the prosecution begins discussing R. Kelly allegedly urinating on Reshona Landfair in one of the sex scenes. The prosecutor says, and I quote, the child who had no prior sexual experience in her life was forced to lay there while that man sitting right there that they pointed to, he urinated on her. That degrading act is forever captured on that video. That abuse is forever memorialized. So she continues and she walks over to within a few feet of R. Kelly's defense table and she points directly at him. She says, who does that? Who uses a 14-year-old child to film a video like this? This man, Robert Kelly. Now look, R. Kelly was seated between his attorneys, right? Seated in between his lawyers in a light gray suit. Of course, he had on glasses to try to make himself look a little bit more studious. And he honestly stared straight ahead during this dramatic moment. Now, when they went through the charges, the prosecutor listed off of the charges against him. R. Kelly began to bow his head and to shake it back and forth. Like he shook his head back and forth, right? So the prosecution is now reminding the jury that R. Kelly allegedly paid Reshona cash in one of the videos so that if it got out, it would appear that she was a prostitute. Remember when Reshona Landfair was giving this testimony on the stand, she cried when she said it because the government asked her, why did Robert give you that money in the beginning of the video? And she said, because he wanted me to look like a prostitute. And she was like super teary and emotional. So the prosecutor says, Robert Kelly made that 14-year-old girl feel like a prostitute. Who does that? Who uses, some of it is repetitive, but understand that they're trying to help some of their statements and some of the words and the things that they're saying. They're trying to make sure that when the jury goes back to deliberate, that it sticks and that it stays there in their mind. Robert Kelly made this 14-year-old girl feel like a prostitute, the prosecutor says. Who does this? Who uses a 14-year-old girl to film a video like this? That man, Robert Kelly. So now the prosecution is focusing on video number 4. This is, the alleged depiction of a threesome between Reshona, R. Kelly, and Lisa Van Allen. Now, Reshona testified that she was 14 at the time that the video was made. Now, keep in mind, video number 4 was not shown to jurors. It was, however, shown at Robert's trial back in 2008. Now, video 4 is real, the prosecutor says. It was filmed by this man sitting right over there. This wasn't a video of Lisa Van Allen, R. Kelly, and another adult woman. This was a video of Lisa Van Allen, R. Kelly, and 14-year-old Reshona Landfair. The prosecutor said before R. Kelly's 2008 trial, R. Kelly and his associates scrambled to recover multiple sex videos that had gone missing from a collection that he often carried around in a large gym bag. Now, by doing so, R. Kelly's associates sought to cover up the fact that R. Kelly, the R&B superstar, is actually a sexual predator. So now the prosecution is saying that R. Kelly made 4 videos featuring Reshona between 1998 and 1999 when she was a minor. Now, the leak of the videos, according to the prosecution, prompted the subsequent conspiracy for which he's currently charged alongside Derrel McDavid and Milton June Brown. As more tapes surface revealing R. Kelly as a sexual abuser, the reality sets in that this could sink his career and land him in more legal trouble. So he was prepared to pay in 6 and 7 figures to recoup them, according to the prosecutor. The prosecutor says the secret would ruin R. Kelly forever. So yes, that secret was worth $1 million. Oh, it's getting real. This prosecutor gets real. Okay. All right. Make sure you hit thumbs up on the video and shout out to Leah and Linda for sending me a couple of cash apps. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Let's continue. Hey, thanks for letting me keep you connected and in the know with what's happening in the Black world. Don't forget to smash on that like button for support and for more Black news. Somebody in the chat said, what do you do all day in court while he talking? Child, he sit there regretting that any of this got out. That's what he do. He be upset. He be upset. So, because of the leak, because the videos are beginning to surface and get out, they're making their buzz around town, even beyond like where R. Kelly resides. The prosecution said that it makes sense for R. Kelly and company to turn to Charles Freeman, aka the tape collector, aka Showtime. And the prosecution says, so as long as Freeman got paid, he's at the disposal of R. Kelly and his team. There's no dispute whatsoever that in 2001, Charles Freeman was hired to recover a videotape for R. Kelly. And Freeman told you it was Robert Kelly who first reached out to him directly about this. End quote. Now, the reason why the government is making this so apparent is because there's 2 different theories floating around the courtroom. You had Charles Freeman actually saying, I was hired, he called me to get it back. You've got everybody on the defense saying, no, he was trying to extort me. He actually called me and said, hey, I got a tape. Give me some money. So what's the matter of who called who? Did you call him because he wanted some money? Or did he call you because he wanted to get something back? Which one is it? This is why the prosecution is defining this way. Okay. So now the prosecution is getting into the alleged contract between Chuck Freeman, you know, he's from Kansas City, and the deceased private eye investigator Jack Palladino in 2001 for Chuck Freeman to return R. Kelly's stolen performance tape, because that's what it was called, at least on paper. They're saying in the court it was called a performance tape. Of course, that's only on the defense's end, but on paper it was called a performance tape. I guess it'd be difficult to call it a sex tape or a sex tape with the minor on paper and to have a paper trail like that, right? So performance tape really does sound like a snazzy name that they came up with. For the sake of this, because at the very least, if you really felt like you and your wife and another consenting adult when y'all were having a threesome, you could have called it something else. Extortion tape. If it was extortion from the beginning, why didn't you refer to it on all the paperwork as the extortion tape? If you were being extorted from the beginning. I mean, McDavid said he didn't believe some of the victims because they didn't go to the police and call it as it is in a legal sense. So why didn't Robert, if there was no illicit tapes with minors and no illegal activity, why didn't y'all do the same thing? Why did you pay out well over $1 million to get back a tape that was you and your wife? And to be quite frank, you were a sex symbol. You were all about sex. All of your music, Robert, is about sex, hypersexuality, as a matter of fact. A sex tape of you and your wife in a threesome getting out wouldn't have hurt your career. As a matter of fact, it would have boosted it. But I digress, and let's get back into what was happening in the courtroom. So now they're bringing up the quote-unquote performance tape according to the paper trail. And I've shown lots of documents with regards to this paper trail where you've actually seen performance tape on there. Some of the documents are backstage for the channel members. Other than that, they're scattered throughout in the 16 days of coverage I've done prior to this. So they're bringing up this performance tape that was used in the tape collector's contract with the deceased private investigator, Jack Palladino. So the prosecutor says, why are they paying Freeman a large sum of money to return a performance tape? They were talking about the tape with Reshona, the tape that Lisa had stolen. That's why, because it was a minor. That's why you paying a lot of money to get this tape back. It's because it had a minor on it, not because it was just your wife on there. I don't think so. But, you know. Now, the prosecution says that deceased private eye, Jack Palladino, and Derrel McDavid contacted Freeman, right, the tape collector, because he was all about the money. Now, again, the defense has tried ample times to discredit the tape collector, Charles Freeman, who testified that he was hired to return the tapes. But the prosecution says, listen, because they already understand that the tape collector, his reputation is a lot of people just feel like he trash, he capping, he blowing smoke. But here's what the prosecution says in response to this. The prosecution says, we didn't choose Charles Freeman. They chose Charles Freeman, talking about the three co-defendants, Robert, McDavid, and Milton. We didn't choose Charles Freeman, the tape collector. They chose Charles Freeman because they knew that he would do the job for the right price, and he would do it while keeping his mouth shut without going to law enforcement. No, they didn't call an upstanding citizen to get those tapes back. They knew that Freeman would do this job for money. And so the prosecution says that R. Kelly needed Derrel McDavid, who was his former manager and now co-defendant, to help manage the leak of the tapes. The tapes are out now. He needs help. He's at the peak of his career. Like, honestly, 1998, and he's performing at the Olympics. And as a matter of fact, in 1998, he was actually performing at the Grammys. I believe he won 3 Grammys that year in 1998. There was a lot of stuff happening for him at that time. I mean, hell, he was even singing at the opening of like boxing matches and things of that nature. This was the peak. So he definitely needed somebody to manage the leak of him with a minor. Now, if you're a sex symbol and a tape leaks, you ain't losing no, as a man, you're not losing no credit for that, but I digress. But nonetheless, the prosecution is right here at the fact where they're saying McDavid, right, was a vital piece of the puzzle that R. Kelly needed to help manage the leak of these tapes. Now, McDavid, meanwhile, this is when we get into McDavid's demeanor as he sits there. Okay? We get into McDavid's demeanor. And meanwhile, he stared straight at the prosecutor for much of the argument, sometimes shaking his head or leaning back in his seat with his arms slung over the chair, over the back of the chair, as the prosecutor makes particular points about him. And y'all already know what this is. The back of my chair is too high for me to do it, but you know what it is when somebody's kind of laying back, they got their arm propped over the back. That's kind of giving... That's giving tease. That's kind of like, I don't want to be here. That's how you sit in school with a teacher or a professor that you hate, you know? Like, that demeanor isn't given respectful, like, let's go through this, right? So now the prosecution is bringing up the meeting that R. Kelly had with Reshona and her parents in 2001. In which Reshona and R. Kelly allegedly told her parents that they had a sexual relationship. There's so many different conflicting pieces of testimony as it refers to this moment, this meeting in this hotel room. Oh my gosh, right? But they're bringing up that meeting. If you remember in the earlier reporting that I did, they were in that hotel room. Reshona's mother said McDavid was in the room. But Reshona's mother said R. Kelly didn't admit to having relations with her daughter. Reshona testified and said McDavid wasn't in the room, but R. Kelly admitted to having sex with me in front of my parents, and my parents were upset. So that testimony, honestly, it's its own conundrum. It is. Okay. I see some R. Kelly sector people in the building. Shout out to Whitney D. I heard that Atmos is in here. I see people adding Atmos. Thank y'all so much for stopping through. I appreciate y'all. Okay. So we talk about this meeting in the room with I was about to say with Atmos. Child, Atmos wasn't there. I like showing my man Atmos some love. So we get into this meeting in this hotel room, this alleged meeting. Of course, McDavid is saying he wasn't there because if McDavid was there, he would have knowledge. He would be admitting to knowledge that he knew that R. Kelly was doing this type of stuff to minors. And so McDavid maintains that, no, I was not in that room. I was in my car outside. I set up the meeting and everything, but I wasn't there. And look, that's just it's a little difficult to believe, right? The prosecution literally says, quote, Reshona's mother, literally quoting the prosecution, Reshona's mother knows what adults were in that room when she found out that news about her daughter's abuse. She knows. Because again, you've got people in the defense saying he wasn't there. McDavid wasn't there, right? So the prosecution says the point of the 2001 meeting between R. Kelly, Reshona, and her parents was to get the parents on R. Kelly's side as the Cook County investigation into R. Kelly was beginning. So they sent Reshona and her family out of the country so that they would be isolated from law enforcement and from others who might try to get them to change their mind. And it works. And that's a quote from the prosecution today in their closing arguments. They said, R. Kelly, they sent Reshona and her family out of the country so that they would be isolated from law enforcement and from others who might try to get them to change their minds. And it worked. So now the prosecution is telling the jury that R. Kelly told Reshona and her parents to deny that Reshona and Robert had a sexual relationship in the relationship to the 2002 grand jury in Cook County, telling them to lie to the jury, okay? And here's a quote from the prosecution. It says, Reshona told you, as they're talking to the jury, Reshona told you while she was on these trips, she remained in contact with R. Kelly, and R. Kelly kept asking her how her parents were doing. This 17-year-old girl was tasked with getting her parents on board by her abuser. What an enormous weight. And she did it. Let me read that again. The prosecution says, Reshona told y'all, the jury, Reshona told y'all, while she was on these trips, she remained in contact with R. Kelly. And R. Kelly kept asking how her parents were doing. And this 17-year-old girl was tasked with getting her parents on board by her abuser. What an enormous weight that is. And she did it. So the prosecution says Chuck Freeman's mid-2002 lawsuit against R. Kelly was settled so that Freeman wouldn't go public with his knowledge of R. Kelly's alleged sex tapes. The prosecution says they needed Freeman to stay quiet, so they paid him $100,000 to settle it. Charles Freeman is disgraceful, the prosecution says. You don't have to like him, but you have to view his testimony in light of all the other evidence in this case. Now, the prosecution is working to establish that Derrel McDavid and Milton Brown are complicit in R. Kelly's cover-up of his sexual abuse of 14-year-old Reshona. The prosecution says, is R. Kelly the only one that's going to deal with this? Absolutely not. He's going to rely on his team to help him out. So there was a pattern to the conspiracy to retrieve these incriminating tapes, obviously, right? R. Kelly would make the initial approach and get someone on board, and then he would hand them off to McDavid. And you know what? That's not hard to believe, because there were there was some testimony between a couple of the different accusers, Lisa Van Allen being one of them, where whether it had been payments or visits or whatever, last time she spoke to Robert was like, talk to McDavid. Like, he would literally pass people off to McDavid. And the prosecution says, this is how R. Kelly and McDavid's arrangements work. This is how they handled things. So again, this is the pattern of the conspiracy in order to retrieve the incriminating tapes. R. Kelly would make the initial approach. He would get someone on board, hand them off to McDavid. And that's how their arrangement worked. That's how they handle things. So the prosecution is now getting into the 2007 drama involving R. Kelly's ex-girlfriend, Lisa Van Allen, and her Kansas City friend, Keith Murrell. Now, the prosecution is saying that there are records of Milton Brown booking hotel rooms in Chicago for Keith Murrell. The prosecution says that the video in Murrell's possession, allegedly taken by Lisa Van Allen from R. Kelly's duffel bag in 2002, it depicted Lisa Van Allen, R. Kelly, and a 14-year-old Reshona Landfair in a threesome. The prosecution says explicitly it was not a sex tape with consenting adults. Because if you remember, that's a lot of what the defense has tried to say. They essentially tried to swap out and say that wasn't Reshona in that tape. That was Andrea Kelly, his wife. Like, that's been their whole thing. Like, they just want to rewrite history. That's not true. A lot of people have seen that tape. It was nowhere near the wife, a grown woman of Robert. It was clearly a young teenager. So McDavid actually withheld $50,000 because you remember Lisa Van Allen, she said that she was 18 years old, and Robert told her that when she was about to have a threesome with Reshona that the girl was 16. Lisa said she thought it was okay because she had friends around the age of 16, although she was 18. So she felt like she was bamboozled to have a threesome with the 14-year-old because she was told that the 14-year-old was 16 years old. And then when she realized it was recorded, and then 2 years later, she found out when Reshona came up to her and said, hey, it's my 16th birthday. When 2 years prior, she was told the girl was 16. That's when she got the idea to, let me steal this tape because I was in an intimate situation with a minor. So she got the idea to steal the tape. She steals the tape. She sent it to Keith Murrell, right? Because she said she didn't want it in her possession. Okay. So McDavid withheld $50,000 from Lisa Van Allen's agreed payment because once they found out that the tape was out, they're like, Lisa, you need to help get this tape back. We'll give you some money, but you need to help us to get this tape back. And so they withheld the $50,000 until after Robert's 2008 trial, which proves, according to the prosecution, this is what they're saying in their closing arguments, right? They're saying the fact that he withheld the $50,000 until after the 2008 trial, that proves that it was actually child pornography and not a regular threesome with Robert's wife, as the defense has alleged. The prosecution says, this shows you that Derrel McDavid knew what was on that threesome video. This is not a regular porno, as defense counsel likes to call it. And all the payments were in cash, the prosecution continues. All the payments were in cash, not a check or a wire transfer. Why bring $200,000 cash if you're recovering an embarrassing legal tape? Why is it necessary to use cash here? Because what they were doing was not legal, the prosecution said. Now, the prosecution continues and says, and while Milton Brown was lower on the totem pole, common sense points to his full knowledge of R. Kelly's abuse of Reshona as well. See, look, they're not letting anybody off the hook, right? It's easy to just go after Robert, right? But Robert is clearly not going to be found innocent or not guilty here. They're making sure, the prosecution, they're making sure that they don't leave out McDavid or Milton Brown. So the prosecution is telling the jury that Derrel McDavid actually threatened Lisa Van Allen, which she testified about earlier in the trial. Leo, come get this treat. Come on, come on. You interrupting this. Come on, come on. Come on. Now get down. Get down. Down, down, down. Child. Where was I at? All right, here we go. So the prosecution is actually telling the jury that Derrel McDavid threatened Lisa Van Allen after meeting her in Chicago in 2007. Referencing Lisa Van Allen's testimony that McDavid said that he and R. Kelly should have murked her for causing R. Kelly so much trouble. We know what murked means. We know what murked means. They were threatening to take her out. So the prosecution says that Lisa Van Allen's demeanor on the stand is evidence of her truthfulness. Lisa Van Allen cried at several points while giving testimony earlier in the trial. Lisa, let me actually slow down and quote. The prosecution says, Lisa has now put herself through public testimony and rigorous, personally embarrassing cross-examination twice, end quote. Which prosecution says it shows that she is still haunted from having a threesome with the 14-year-old Reshona. So they're also saying that Lisa Van Allen's testimony has been consistent on the core issues for years, and her shame and pain were clear on the stand during this trial. The prosecution says, is this the demeanor of someone who wants to be here? Is that the demeanor of someone seeking for money and fame? Let me just remind you real quick. When Lisa Van Allen was on the stand, she was getting a little emotional based on how I think it was McDavid's attorney was coming after her doing cross-examination. And she was visibly upset. And they said, hey, you upset? Why are you upset? She said, because I'm tired of admitting that I was a part of, or that I watched child pornography or something like that. So yeah, I can admit that that's probably not something easy to admit to. But nonetheless, the prosecution urges the judge to allow the court to take a 15-minute break in careful efforts to not overwhelm the jury. The judge obliges to that, right? They take a 15-minute break, they come back. The prosecution is back, and they say that McDavid's testimony didn't make sense. Particularly that McDavid never saw the tape recovered by Charles Freeman, despite McDavid being, quote, R. Kelly's business manager, his close friend, and the person responsible for managing R. Kelly's reputation and image. The prosecutor also notes that McDavid testified that he never viewed purported child porn videos involving R. Kelly, despite helping to recover them and knowing that they could destroy R. Kelly. The prosecutor says, really? Does that make any sense? No, it doesn't make any sense. End quote. You know what? That makes a lot of sense. Let's go through this part again. This is the person who went with Robert to his doctor's appointment to make sure he could get the shots to suppress his sexual appetite, right? To try to curb his sexual deviancy, because they felt like they could heal it in a doctor's office. And so McDavid was privy enough to go with him to this doctor's meeting and everything else. This man is handling his taxes and his mortgage and his car payments and an insurance, and got paid over $1 million a year or two. And so you was close to this man. And you mean to tell me that you were helping to protect his career and you didn't even watch the material that, because in order to defend someone, even if you're going to lie for someone, you have to know the deed. You have to know the crime so that you know how to lie for them. It doesn't make any sense that you were protecting his career against something that you didn't even see. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. And that's exactly why the prosecutor says, really, does that make any sense? No, it doesn't make any sense. So the prosecution also accuses McDavid of lying on the stand multiple times, particularly his claim that the tape he recovered in 2007 from Keith Murrow showed R. Kelly having a threesome with Andrea, R. Kelly's wife at that time, Lisa Van Allen, both legal adults, right? The prosecution says much of McDavid's testimony about other people told him about the alleged R. Kelly tapes, i.e. the deceased private investigator, Jack Palladino, or R. Kelly's now deceased attorney, Jerry. They say that that's our hearsay, and it can only be used, right? And can only be considered as to how it affected McDavid's state of mind. So he's essentially saying that McDavid thought that the abuse claims were a lie because of what the private investigator was saying. That's dead now. Because of what the attorney was saying that was helping to get Robert off and da-da-da. What they were saying. Those people influenced this grown-ass man's state of mind. That's what they're saying. The prosecution says McDavid himself testified that R. Kelly's persona was all about sex. It was all about masculinity. She says a fuzzy tape of R. Kelly, Lisa Van Allen, and R. Kelly's wife was not the type of tape that would derail Robert's career. Rather, the videos involving Reshona would. Didn't I say that? Didn't I say that? A macho man, and all his songs are about sex and orgies and threesomes and just being hypersexual. A tape with you and your woman coming out, that ain't finna ruin you. You ain't paying to me. If anything, it's gonna boost you up there. It's gonna boost you up there. So here's what we gonna do. Here's what we gonna do. Hit the thumbs up. Let's come right back and let's talk about this. We're gonna continue. We got a lot more to get into, okay? Thank you for hitting the subscribe button. If you haven't already, throw some pancakes in the bush and let me know your thoughts thus far.
So let's see if you're really about it. If you've been serious about what you've been saying about wanting to support more Black-owned businesses, here's your chance. I found a spot for us to grab our hats, hoodies, affordable electronics, phone accessories, and gadgets from. It's over on edwerso.com. That's EDWERSOW.com. Grab something for your hubby, your wife. Hey, I ain't encouraging that side chick behavior, but it's just in time for the holidays. So head on over there and grab your AirPod cases, hoodies, and affordable electronics. That's edwerso.com, EDWERSOW.com. And I'll see you over there. It's time to face it, boo. Your product needs more exposure. If you want to see your ad here on my channel, be sure to shoot an email over to yt.theplainestjane@gmail.com and let's chat. But if you're new in my neighborhood here on YouTube, hey, I'm The Plainest Jane, and I provide coverage and commentary on trending stories, viral events, and Black culture. I definitely appreciate you stopping through and hitting that subscribe button if you like more of my particular brand of syrup.
And we are back. So the prosecution continues. Look, you having sex with your wife and another woman, grown folks doing grown folks things, you and your career, this would actually catapult it, not take away from it, right? The prosecution continues, and I quote, "They want you to believe that Freeman was peddling a fuzzy tape of consenting adults. Give me a break. That doesn't make any sense. He recovered the tape that we watched during this trial." End quote. Prosecution ain't playing, they're speaking very matter-of-factly. Now, moving on to Robert's conspiracy charge. Where is Reshona? Let me quote. This is what the prosecution is saying. They say, "Where is Reshona from 2008 to 2019? She's still out there, and she can still come forward at any time to speak the truth. McDavid and R. Kelly knew their web of lies could unravel if Reshona decided to come forward. The purpose of this conspiracy," the prosecution says, "was to conceal the tapes of Reshona Landfair, to keep the tapes of Reshona from ever coming to light." End quote. And so the prosecution highlights a confidentiality agreement signed between McDavid and R. Kelly, and this was from 2014. So now the prosecution is discussing the overt acts that extend the obstruction of justice conspiracy past July 11th, 2014. And this is necessary because of the statute of limitations. So the prosecutor points out, they point to an $80,000 payment from R. Kelly to McDavid on September 18th, 2014, and payments that R. Kelly made to Reshona in 2014 and 2015. So they also point to Reshona's testimony as to why she reached out to R. Kelly when the Cook County prosecutors contacted her early in 2019. And Reshona said that she called R. Kelly because she said they were a team. Abusing her, family got to flee the country, embarrassing tape, abuse, humiliation, degrading, and she still felt like they were a team because he was a child that she was a child that he preyed upon. Okay. So the prosecution, like I said, they are not letting anybody off the hook. They're like wrapping everything into, just when it seems like they're honing it on one person, no, let's loop him into it. They were focused on McDavid and Kelly. Here we get to Milton June Brown. The prosecution, right, is not letting them fade into the background. And the prosecution notes that when Brown was actually in the Bahamas and Mexico at the same time as Reshona's family, and that he participated in crucial meetings about the tapes of Reshona. So the prosecution says, and I quote, "Brown was right there for the conspiracy, acting as a chauffeur, as a muscle, as a fixer. Brown was not some innocent bystander who robotically made hotel reservations and drove people to the airport. Brown knew full well what was actually going on." End quote. And so the prosecution moves on to the last set of charges against R. Kelly, alleging that he enticed minors into criminal sexual activity. Now, these counts involve 5 alleged victims, including one who didn't testify. We get to talking about sexual coercion and the enticement of a minor. The prosecution then brings up a woman who testified under the pseudonym Tracy, right? A woman who says that R. Kelly actually raped her when she was under the age of 18 years old. And so they're addressing the 16 and 17-year-old discrepancy all over again. And the prosecution says, listen, this is a simple memory issue, not an issue that determines whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty of count 11. I know that's right. Because, I mean, you know, I really, you name a date, you name something crazy that happened to me when I was a teenager. I couldn't tell you if was I 15, was I 16. It'll get blurry, right? So they're trying to say that these girls are liars because they said they were 16, but they were 17 and all this other stuff, right? No, it's a memory issue. It doesn't change whether Robert is guilty or any of the other defendants, as a matter of fact, are guilty or not. The defense has focused on Tracy's testimony for this inconsistency. She claimed to not have met R. Kelly. I'm sorry, she claims to have, right? She claims to have met R. Kelly at a Black Women's Expo in 1999, while defense says the event must have taken place a year later in the year 2000. And the prosecution says even under that second scenario, Tracy was still 17 when R. Kelly videotaped her having sex. And what they're doing here is dismissing the 16 and 17-year-old debate as immaterial to the sexual coercion or enticement of a minor charge that R. Kelly is facing. And let's be clear for a moment. Let's be clear for a moment. While the age of consent in Illinois is 17 years old, the federal age of consent is 18 years old. And this is a federal trial, my loves. Stickies, this is a federal trial. And so that is the age prosecution says matters here. You know, all states got their different rules and things of that nature, but this is a federal trial. So the prosecution is moving on to the testimony provided by Nia, right? We've had like different pseudonyms and things of that nature. So Nia is the one who said that she had 2 sexual encounters with R. Kelly in 1996 when she was 15 years old. And the prosecution tells the jury that R. Kelly's alleged actions with Nia constitute criminal sexual abuse. So the prosecutor explains that the other enticement counts involving Reshona Landfair, Nia, Pauline, Brittany, all pseudonyms except for Reshona, they require victims to be at least 13 but under 17. So the prosecutor displayed photos of Reshona, Pauline, and Brittany from their young teens on large monitors in the courtroom. And let me quote to you exactly what the prosecution said at this time. Again, they're trying to just drive this point home about how young these girls were. Some people like to say, oh, girls look old for their age. When you show teenagers and you know, baby faces and things of that nature, it wasn't this day and age where they could do a smoky eye at 15. They put them teenagers from the 90s and so on and so forth up there just to really bring this home. And so the prosecution says they are adult women now. Mind you, the pictures are on the screen of these teenagers, all 4 of them. They're adult women now. They came here. They told you about things that adult women do not want to talk about, let alone talk about in a public setting. They opened up old wounds to tell you about what happened to them and who did it to them. Now, at this point in time, the prosecutor also reminded the jury of what R. Kelly looked like around the same time. I went ahead and I pulled this picture. This wasn't anything that was available in the exhibits or anything of that nature, but I went and pulled this image myself. This is what they showed the jury because it was a still photo. It wasn't a video. However, they wanted to show the jury exactly what R. Kelly looked like at this time, which was 1998. Same age around about the time the photos were taken of the teenagers that they let the jury see. Just to give them a visual. They're reminding the jury of what R. Kelly looked like around the same time, putting up a photo of him wearing sunglasses, his head is shaved, and he's singing I Believe I Can Fly at the 1998 Grammys. I went back and I watched that performance today, and I took this screenshot just so I could give you exactly what the jury was able to see. So the victim, being referred to as Brittany, did not testify at the trial, but prosecutors are reminding the jury that the two other witnesses, Reshona and Pauline, they both testified that they did have sexual contact with R. Kelly and Brittany repeatedly when they were underage. The prosecution is now discussing R. Kelly's alleged sexual abuse of Pauline, who claimed to have sex with R. Kelly multiple times, including threesomes with Reshona. The prosecution claims that R. Kelly groomed Pauline to keep her abuse a secret. The prosecution says that R. Kelly knew Pauline as Reshona's best friend from school. And she says that R. Kelly used an innocent kiss between Pauline and a boy to coerce her into sexual contact with him. It's very long overdue, and we haven't been there yet. And it is time that we take a trip, because I know that you didn't use two teenagers having their own little puppy love little moment to get some for your adult ass. Meet me in the bush.
It was gone.
Let me just go in the bush and weep. Let me just go in the bush and weep. I just have to go in the bush and weep. Really. I don't understand. I swear to God, I don't understand.
So, circling back to Reshona, whom the prosecution says as a 14, 15, and 16-year-old didn't know how to say no to Robert. She was a child. She didn't know how to say no to an adult with money, access, an adult who was literally a superstar at his peak. She didn't know how to say no to him. A lot of people don't even know how to say no to their own parents. I didn't learn how to say no to my own parents until I caught hives. I took something that made me break out. My mother tried to make me go to church. She said, "Get up. You still going to church? I don't care." I said, "No." She said, "Excuse me." I said, "No." Scratching like a junkie. That was the first time I learned how to say no. And mind you, I was like 16 years old. But enough about me. As the prosecution wraps up, here's some of their closing sentiment. And I quote, "Robert Kelly abused many girls over many years. He committed horrible crimes against children, and he didn't do it alone. The hidden side of Robert Kelly has come to light. The truth has come out. Find the defendants guilty of all counts of the indictment." End quote. And that concludes the prosecution's closing arguments. That was the prosecution. Like I said, they had like what they had 3 hours to give their closing arguments. And at that point, the judge went for a 1 hour lunch break, right? And then we come back and Derrel McDavid's attorney is up to give his closing arguments on behalf of his client, McDavid. Okay? Whew. Excuse me. How are y'all feeling about this so far? Are y'all following? Do y'all have any questions? Are y'all keeping up in the chat? Put a 7 in the chat if you're keeping up in the chat. Okay? I know there was somebody that joined the membership. Hey, Miss Jackson, if you're nasty. Thank you so much for becoming a member. I really appreciate that. Check the members only tab. And I have been getting your emails, and I appreciate those photos, and I look forward to using them soon. Okay? Thank you so much. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to move forward into Derrel McDavid. Okay, so a lot of people are here. Drop a 9 if you don't get what's going on, but you just like listening to the juice. I'm know sometimes when I don't understand stuff, but I like listening to just stuff that's juicy and messy, and I don't even get it, but I like listening to it. That'd be me sometimes. But this is something that I clearly have long knowledge of. Ree said non-child, but I'm listening. Let's go ahead and get into the next. Let's go ahead and get into the next set of closing arguments, and that would be Derrel McDavid. We're gonna go ahead and go into this. I'm gonna let y'all see the cat that runs my house.
Leo, get down. Get down. It's not a thank you, because it's not a question.
This cat, okay, let me tell you something. Drinking my salsa water. This cat runs this house. Sometimes I let him do it because it's cute. Other times the black mama got to come in. All right, let's get started. Now we're getting into Derrel McDavid. Okay, we're getting into Derrel McDavid and what his attorney has got to say on behalf of him. So Derrel McDavid's attorney says that the defense hinges on 4 names: Gerald, Edward, John, all 3 who were former attorneys of Robert, right? Ed Jensen, Gerald, and John Toohey. And then the deceased, Jack Palladino. Okay. McDavid's attorney says everything was done at the direction of them, not McDavid, right? He's here to defend McDavid, so that's what he's going to do. And so let me just go ahead and say this. Let me preface, right? Let me preface and preface. McDavid's attorney was very loud during his presentation. Okay? Now, mind you, McDavid and Robert got 105 minutes. Bonjean was able to negotiate an extra 15, 120 minutes, so 2 hours. But McDavid's attorney got 105 minutes, literally for the majority, about 90% plus. He was loud. He spoke at top volume for the majority of his presentation. And I'm just wondering why he even had a microphone on. It seemed very unnecessary because he was loud. So much so that the next person that comes up giving their closing statement says, I'm not going to yell at you like he did. Literally. Okay? Literally. Not going to yell at you like he did. So he was like at the top of his lungs the whole time. He was very dramatic. It was very over the top. And he actually argued in the cadence of a preacher, waving his hands and thrusting his fingers in the air to emphasize certain things. Okay? And I'm going to open the phone lines when we done this here. So if y'all are interested in calling in, make sure you stay tuned to the end because I do want to hear what you all think. Let's get back into what Derrel McDavid's attorneys are saying about him in closing arguments. The question I start with, and I'm quoting Derrel McDavid's attorney. The question I start with is, would they ever do that? Talking about Gerald, Ed Jensen, Jack Palladino, and John Toohey. The question I would start with is, would they ever do that? These men? Does it make sense that all of these men would do that for someone they knew were abusing children? Really? End quote. And basically what McDavid's attorney is saying, they're saying that these 3 men, all well respected in their fields, they wouldn't risk their careers by working for people that they thought were covering up child porn. McDavid's attorney also says that if the feds are right, then Gerald would have had to risk a lifetime and a career of extraordinary work. And Ed Jensen would have to risk a legacy of legal defense in this city. Here's a quick sidebar. Before Ed Jensen passed away, he said R. Kelly was guilty as hell. So did he risk something? Yeah. But before he croaked, he let us know, I helped Robert lie and get away with this. Ed Jensen was the attorney who helped Robert get off, who helped Robert get acquitted in 2008. He helped Robert get off, but he couldn't go to glory or hell. I don't know where he went. Okay. If you defend pedophiles, baby, I'm imagining you going to the hot place, not the pearly gates. But before he passed away, he said R. Kelly's guilty as hell. So for you to sit here and say, oh, they would have been risking their career. Well, clearly he did. He knew Robert was guilty. But I digress. Okay. McDavid's attorney says that if the feds are right, they'd have to risk a lifetime, a career, their extraordinary work. And here's a quote from McDavid's attorney. Actually, this is a series of quotes. You must necessarily find that Eddie, Jerry, and Jack all did it too. Basically saying like, look, if you're going to accuse McDavid of this stuff, then all the rest of them did it too. All the rest of them did it too. You must necessarily find that Eddie, Jerry, and Jack all did it too. And you must be able to say that Chuck Freeman was trustworthy beyond a reasonable doubt. And you must be able to say that Lisa Van Allen was trustworthy beyond a reasonable doubt. Derrel McDavid did not do these things by himself. My client, Derrel McDavid, could not do these things by himself. These things were done with the approval of these men, the ones he just named. So in other words, it's like, well, if my client is guilty, so are these four men too. Now, mind you, some of them are dead. But even, again, Ed Jensen, before he passed, it kind of debunks this. But he says, you'll see the truth. You will see that the truth is the only evidence that McDavid ever did anything wrong comes from Chuck Freeman and Lisa Van Allen. And ask yourselves, were they, Chuck and Lisa, were they really that trustworthy? End quote. So now McDavid's attorney brings up reasonable doubt, saying that the evidence is not even close to that standard. Is the testimony, McDavid's attorney says, is the testimony of Chuck Freeman, Lisa Van Allen, and others, is that beyond a reasonable doubt? Not even close, he says. McDavid, meanwhile, he told the truth, according to his attorney. Now, McDavid's attorney now brings up a 2014 settlement reached between R. Kelly and McDavid for $1.3 million. The attorney says that the agreement was only, quote, about money that R. Kelly owed McDavid. Nothing else. That's it. So he's like, look, Robert owed him money. It wasn't about anything shaky, janky, illegal. He just owed him money. But $1.3 million. So McDavid's attorney says that McDavid's lawsuit settlement had nothing to do with any conspiracy. And they say, quote, how do you know? It says it. The government stands here and says there must be a secret purpose, evidenced by what? With no proof at all, they say. Oh, it was for something else. No, it wasn't. So they're arguing with the government. The government is like, well, why did you get this $1.3 million? What was it for? Oh, Robert just owed me $1 million. The government is like, no, that $1.3 million was for you to help him handle those inappropriate tapes with that child porn. You knew about Robert's behavior and his pattern. That's what the government is saying. Leo, stop. Come on. That's it. Get down. Get down. Get down. Child. Admins, thank you for the Cash App. I appreciate it. Let's continue. So again, McDavid's attorney says the lawsuit settlement had nothing to do with the conspiracy. And I quote, McDavid's attorney says, how do you know? Talking about the government. How do you know? It says it. The government stands here and says that there's got to be a secret purpose that my client received $1.3 million. But what is it evidenced by? There's no proof at all when it comes to what they say. Oh, it was for something else, the government says. No, it was not. So now McDavid's attorney says that the conspiracy has a statute of limitations problem. Why? He says because they waited 20 years to bring it. Quote, McDavid's attorney says any conspiracy that they claim was surely over the day in 2008, they said R. Kelly was not guilty. The conspiracy, as they claim, had to be over when the case was over. So now McDavid's attorney goes on to say that the mindset of McDavid is pertinent to the conspiracy charge that he faces. McDavid's attorney continues in saying that in order for McDavid to be found guilty, he had to have actually known back then that Reshona was, in fact, on the tape with R. Kelly. McDavid's attorney says it cannot be based on what we know now because it's not fair and it's not right. It's not should have known or could have known. She never told him. Talking about Reshona. Reshona never told McDavid this. So we can't say McDavid should have known or could have told him this because Reshona never said that to him. Is what McDavid's attorney is saying. Yes, Leo is singing in the background trying to get out the room, and I'm not getting up to do it because I'm in the middle of a groove reading this stuff to y'all. So he's going to have to suffer. He's got 3 treats already. I'm not doing it. So McDavid's attorney continues and says, McDavid had to know, actually know, that Reshona was on that tape. In 2002, in order for the conspiracy charge to stick, according to McDavid's attorney, and he claims that the prosecution was not proven that McDavid knew any such thing at the time 2 decades ago. Leo, stop all that noise. Come sit up here, get some together time, and be quiet. So now McDavid's attorney notes that Reshona said that she was told to keep her abuse by R. Kelly a secret from the world. McDavid's attorney says, quote, over and over again, that's what she said she was doing, was keeping it a secret. And there's no evidence of a McDavid exception. They don't want there to be one. They want there to be one. Right? In other words, McDavid's attorney is saying the government wants there to be an exception. The government acknowledges that Reshona denied it for a long time, and they want to make it seem like maybe Reshona told McDavid, but she didn't. That's what his attorney is saying. So now McDavid's attorney moves on to the 2001 meeting in the hotel room with Reshona. This is, again, her parents, Robert, the allegation, right? That's what this whole meeting was about. Her parents, Robert, and the allegation that McDavid was in the room too. I'm quoting McDavid's attorney. They say this meeting that prosecutors harp on, that they jump up and down about, McDavid just flat out wasn't there. My client wasn't there, regardless of how excited the prosecution gets about this theory. Prosecutors want Derrel McDavid to be in that room, but I'm sorry to say, the evidence says he was not. Okay. So now the attorney of McDavid is stressing the testimony of Reshona and her mother regarding the hotel room meeting with R. Kelly. Reshona said that McDavid was not there. Remember, I was telling you that earlier. Reshona testified that McDavid wasn't there, but her mother testified that he was there. But her mother testified, Robert never admitted to abusing my daughter in that hotel room in that meeting. But Reshona said Robert did admit to having sex with me, abusing me when I was a minor in that meeting. That's what the meeting was about. So Reshona and her mother's, their testimony conflicted, which really, it kind of threw a monkey wrench in things. And so McDavid's attorney also says that there's not one bit of evidence that McDavid knew anything about Milton Brown, allegedly accompanying Reshona and her family on their trip to Mexico in 2001. And his attorney notes that Reshona's mother said that she didn't believe that the payments that R. Kelly was making to them, her family, were for her silence, were for their silence. So, you know, it's interesting. The attorney is bringing up Reshona's mother's testimony, in which she's like, yeah, we was getting money from R. Kelly, but I didn't think it was for our silence. That throws another monkey wrench in there. Like, that's really sticky, and it makes the whole thing a little confusing, right? So now we get into another quote from McDavid's attorney, based off of what the attorney just brought up when the mother said, we was getting money, but I didn't think it was for us to shut up or to keep quiet. McDavid's attorney says, what is striking the U.S. government? I'm sorry, what is striking is the U.S. government trying to get Derrel McDavid, and in doing so, moving away from what their own witness said. And I get that. Like, obviously, I feel like all of them are guilty, but I do understand what they're saying to an extent. They're like, look, you focused on him, but you moving away from, the conflicted testimony you're getting from your own witnesses. How is that possible? So now the attorney is rebutting the prosecution's assertion that Reshona Landfair's family was paid off for their silence in R. Kelly's Cook County trial. And I quote, the payments that Reshona's family got, those payments didn't have anything to do with the 2002 case. Okay? So they're saying, like, look, that money didn't have anything to do with that case. We were just letting them live lavish. We were just giving them money for whatever reason. Sure, Jan. Sure, Jan. I mean, like, sure, coming from you, right? McDavid saying it, and sure, coming from the mom saying it. Like, come on. Come on. So McDavid's attorney says that McDavid had no reason to disbelieve Reshona's denials about a sexual relationship with R. Kelly. Reshona saying, I'm not having sex with R. Kelly. McDavid is like, I didn't have a reason to not believe her. She said she wasn't having a relationship, so I didn't have a relationship. And so McDavid's attorney says, but he had undeniable reasons to believe that people were trying to lie about sex with Robert. And now he's pointing out lawsuits from Tiffany Hawkins, lawsuits from 1996, 1997, right? These are paternity/sexual abuse lawsuits. This one specifically is for Tiffany Hawkins, though. And McDavid's attorney says that R. Kelly's former attorney, Jerry, found out that Tiffany Hawkins' story didn't hold up under investigation. And he also brings up the back and forth with the Sun Times over the tape depicting Reshona's abuse, right? Because, at the Sun Times, it was Jim DeRogatis who anonymously received that tape of R. Kelly doing what he was doing to a 14-year-old Reshona. And that's when things blew up at the Sun Times. And really, it just kind of started this whole ripple effect because it blew up everywhere else too. And so McDavid's attorney says, they're trying to paint McDavid's thinking with a brush that they dipped today. But back then, it wasn't the same. Basically, what they're saying here, the simplest way I can put it is McDavid has said several times throughout his testimony and prompted by his own attorney through direct examination that had I known then what I know now, I have no reason to think that these accusers are lying about what Robert did to them. So in other words, McDavid has said, implied on the stand, that he believes Robert is guilty now, but he didn't think Robert was guilty then. His attorney asked him, do you have a reason to think that Reshona or any of these women, these accusers, were lying on the stand? He said, I don't have a reason to think that they're lying. In other words, you believe what they're saying right now in 2002, but you're saying that the whole time you was working for them before this, even when you sat in court in 2008 and the damn tape, the porn tape was playing over and over again, the child porn tape. You tried to act like you didn't see it and you looked the other way. And that's why you were oblivious to R. Kelly's behavior. And so McDavid's attorney is like, look, you trying to say that because my client sat here in court and said that I kind of believe that Roberts is a creep and he did this stuff now. You trying to act like that was his mindset back then. And it wasn't. That's what his attorney is saying. Do I believe it? Absolutely the fuck not. However, that's what his attorney is saying. Okay. And do me a favor, put a 4 in the chat if you think that McDavid knew about this the whole time. He's not just finding out because he's sitting on trial. He watched the porn tape in 2008. Put a 4 in the chat if you think he been knew about this. Put a 5 in the chat if you think, look, McDavid ain't know nothing. You can't prove he knew anything. He didn't know R. Kelly was abusing minors. Let me know. Sound off in the chat. So now McDavid's attorney says that the lawsuits from Tiffany Hawkins and other women have suspicious links to R. Kelly's former manager, Barry Hankerson. Barry Hankerson. And that his former tour manager, and also his former tour manager, Demetrius Smith, used to work for Robert. Lots of 4s in the chat, child. Okay. The chat has spoken. Jen 2 fit to quit. What's going on? I haven't seen you in the live in a minute. All right. So McDavid's attorney says that the lawsuits from Tiffany Hawkins and the other women have suspicious links to R. Kelly's former manager, Barry Hankerson, and Demetrius Smith, who was Robert's former tour manager. And apparently Demetrius Smith is the one who introduced Tiffany Hawkins to her attorney in the 1996 case. That attorney was Susan Loggins. Now remember, the prosecution was not allowed to call in Barry Hankerson for a rebuttal. They tried to on Friday. The judge feels like we're running out of time. If you're not prepared and you don't have, your individual here for rebuttal, then you can't do it. But the thing about it is they didn't really plan to bring up Barry Hankerson. It's just the fact that McDavid had brought up Barry Hankerson so many times in his testimony. They were like, okay, cool. Let's respond to this with Barry then. But the judge said no to that. However, here go him coming up here. And, the thing with Demetrius Smith introducing Tiffany Hawkins to Susan Loggins is, according to the defense in R. Kelly's camp, they feel like Susan Loggins was one of these attorneys that assisted with the cookie cutter lawsuits, like just a blank template. You come up and you say, Robert did this to me. And she was the one helping all the girls, all the women file all these lawsuits against Robert. So that's kind of like Robert and his team's gripe with Susan. Susan was helping all of these women file all of this stuff about Loggins. About Robert. Okay. And so what McDavid's attorney ends up saying is they were paying people to lie. That is extraordinary. Think about being R. Kelly's manager in 2001. People are being paid to lie. What's McDavid supposed to think? And again, this is riding off of the backs of Susan Loggins, representing not only Tiffany Hawkins, but other people that came after that as well. Mind you, Tiffany Hawkins is the very first person who came out publicly and spoke and testified, or not testified, right? But publicly declared that Robert had intimate relations with her when she was a minor. And so McDavid's attorney is like, listen, this attorney, Susan, was helping these women lie. What was McDavid supposed to think? That all the other accusers weren't lying too? This is a crappy attorney, right? Now, all of a sudden, all of these denials by Reshona and her family and these suspicious connections in the civil lawsuit, according to McDavid's attorney, they convinced McDavid that the 2002 Cook County indictment was bogus. And McDavid's attorney says, who could criticize him for thinking that this was a fraud? Who could criticize him? I mean, I guess they were going based off of some faux general consensus because a lot of us can criticize him for thinking that it was a fraud. Hello? We seen the tape. What you mean? So now McDavid's attorney is discussing the sex tape in which McDavid said that he saw a man's back with a wandering mole. Again, this wandering mole is testimony. The consensus that was used in court when R. Kelly was acquitted back in the 2002 indictment, right? They were saying it was edited. The mole is wandering. The mole looks like a caterpillar, but Robert just has this one circle. And I mean, just dumb shit. It's like me saying this beauty mark that y'all can't even see on the side of my face. That's not me because it's stop. It was the 90s when this stuff was filmed. Exactly. There's no editing of VHS, but they go back to this wandering mole testimony. The wandering mole McDavid had actually testified early in the trial. He said that's what convinced him that the tape was fake, which we know is a lie. Because how you even know about the wandering mole if you claim you didn't watch the child porn tape from the 2008 trial that stemmed from the 2002 indictment? Hello? Are you okay? Not you. Not you. No, not you. No, leave me alone. So, McDavid's attorney says, after we get to, discussing this wandering mole, McDavid's attorney says they thought they proved it was fake. And 12 good people agreed. So what was McDavid supposed to think? So when he says 12 good people agreed, obviously it was tried in front of a jury and all this other stuff. He was acquitted. Okay? He was acquitted, which is not a guilty verdict. But he says 12 good people agreed that the tape was fake. Matter of fact, he said that they thought they proved it was fake. Again, referring to this 2008 acquittal. But let me just give you a little bit of information. The 12 good people did not agree that it was fake. That's not what happened. In fact, after the trial, most of the jurors said that they did not believe that it was fake, but they actually just weren't sure who the girl was in the tape. So why are you sitting here lying in these closing arguments, Brindley? Why are you sitting here lying? Mm-hmm. Let's continue. So now McDavid's attorney repeats his claim that there is no evidence that McDavid was aware of R. Kelly ever having sex with minors. And his attorney says, quote, every piece of evidence builds one upon the next to the ultimate truth that the man didn't know. They've got nothing. The government's case cannot be trusted. What evidence is left that McDavid did anything wrong? In the end, it's Chuck Freeman and Lisa Van Allen who did something wrong. Further saying that they aren't trustworthy. So now McDavid's attorney moves on to referencing Charles Freeman, the tape collector, Showtime again, whom he previously said was extorting R. Kelly. Now he calls him, and I mean his voice was doing all this stuff because again he was very dramatic, right? Very over the top, very loud on the stand. And so as he's addressing, we about to get to it. He addresses Charles Freeman as a talentless, tactless t-shirt man. That is untrustworthy. Now, if you've been following the trial, you know why he's calling him a t-shirt man. When the tape collector Charles Freeman Showtime met Robert, he was he was like a merchandise type of fella, right? Any artist that's going on tour, they're going to sell merchandise, whether it be t-shirts, mugs, hats, vinyls, like whatever, you name it. They sell it something. Wristband, I don't know. And so that's how him and Robert kind of like became cool, but and so they reduced him down to a damn t-shirt man because he does the merchandise for the tours and stuff. A talentless, tactless t-shirt man that is untrustworthy. He said McDavid's attorney says he's really ridiculing Freeman's testimony. He's calling it garbage. He's calling it his story and everything just plain stupid and ridiculous, particularly the story about how he busted into a Georgia home without conflict and found the VHS tape sticking out of the VCR next to a Disney movie. So here's the thing. Make sure you hit thumbs up. I'm about to explain to you, and I'm actually about to show you, right? I did a couple of recreations, right? I went and I did my work today, okay? I did my work. I came on early. Hit that damn thumbs up button. You ain't got to send me $4 on Cash App. Just hit the thumbs up button. So I'm about to recreate for you. I went and I pulled the picture of R. Kelly performing at the 1998 Grammys. That's what they said they showed in the courtroom. I caught one of some slideshows that McDavid's attorney had popping off in the courtroom. And I'm sorry, I find them to be funny. I really do. I find them to be funny as hell. And so we're going to get into it. And I'm going to reenact what I just said to you because he had certain slides on the screen. And I'm like, really, brother? Okay. Let me get to my first slide because this is exactly what they said he had on the screen. Okay. So they said that he actually had McDavid, his attorney had this brightly colored slideshow that flashed his main points across the screen, often in huge white text on red and yellow backgrounds. Okay. So when he got to talking about how Freeman was a talentless, tactless t-shirt man, that's untrustworthy. He also ridiculed his testimony. He called it garbage. And he said that, his testimony, him busting in to a Georgia house, he said that's just plain stupid and ridiculous. So apparently he had, that story is just plain stupid on his slide. Like this is what he had planned for the jury to get his client off. These couple of words. He want them to remember that this is plain stupid. Y'all remember that part when R. Kelly was sitting with Gayle King? And he said, why would I do that? That's stupid, guys. That's stupid. Okay. All right. And then he went on to call just like the whole testimony of the t-shirt man, he went and called it ridiculous. And he had a slide that looked like this. Just like, he said, look, listen, let me tell you something. Charles Freeman was ridiculous. Look at the screen, y'all. Ridiculous. I'm like, how is that really helping a jury full of 12 adults? Okay. And so I just like imagine, because he was so over the top. He was so loud the whole time. Like he was just loud the entire time. I just imagine him sitting here like, ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Not my client. He said, this is ridiculous. What? Not my client. Ridiculous. Okay. All right, buddy. So So then, McDavid's attorney says that all of this saga with Freeman is disconnected from McDavid. He said it's disconnected. He says that Freeman was lying when he testified that McDavid met him in Kansas City with now deceased private eye Jack Palladino to recover the Atlanta tape. McDavid's attorney said he lies. He lies to put Derrel where he wasn't. Child. So what you saying is Freeman take himself, you know, ridiculous. I can't. So McDavid's attorney continues and says, like him if you want to, talking about Charles Freeman, like him if you want to, but you can't believe him because he didn't act like an honest person. And his own words betrayed him as a liar. So now McDavid's attorney is addressing Charles Freeman's canceled press conference from 2008. And so the attorney says that McDavid only paid Freeman to cancel the press conference in order to prevent him from spreading more lies in the public. And so here's what McDavid's attorney said. Nothing is wrong with my client, Mr. McDavid, preventing Charles Freeman from improperly tainting that jury through the press. For Chuck Freeman to be telling the truth, Jack Palladino, McDavid, and multiple other people involved in the case would all have to be lying. Charles Freeman lied about where the tape came from. He lied about how he got it. He lied about who was there when he turned it over. Chuck is a slimy, untrustworthy Kansas City street thug. You don't get any more of a liar than Chuck. Not a street thug. Then here's what he said, right? I'm going to read it again in a second. But here's what he said, because again, he said that, remember he said that the story about, McDavid going to, not McDavid, I'm sorry, Freeman going to go collect them tapes and just popping up at the door. The sex tape is already hanging out the VCR. He just collected it with no problem. He said it's plain stupid and it's ridiculous. Then he said, so what? Charles Freeman just go busting in there like he's Shaft? Not Shaft. Not Shaft. Shaft? I mean, I guess Shaft would come busting up, but Shaft would never. Girl. Let me go to the bush and get myself together because
It was gone.
Let me just go in the bush and weep. Let me just go in the bush and weep. I just have to go in the bush and weep. Really. I don't understand. I swear to God, I don't understand.
No, how you know the whole jury even know who Shaft is? I can't, like they be so dramatic in these. Okay. Ridiculous. Not my client. This is ridiculous. He says, look, for Chuck Freeman to be telling the truth, Jack Palladino, McDavid, and multiple other people involved in this case would all have to be lying. Charles Freeman lied about where the tape came from. He lied about how he got it. He lied about who was there when he turned it over. Chuck is a slimy, untrustworthy Kansas City street thug. You can't get more of a liar than Chuck. I mean, like, why you had to go that far? God is not pleased. I mean, like, what the hell? What the hell? Excuse me. Let me get myself together because no, this is really it's pretty out of pocket. It's out of pocket. This trial, the fireworks came at the end. Just as I was getting bored, baby, it got interesting. Leo, you got paid already. Please get out my face. All right. So now McDavid's attorney is suggesting that Chuck Friedman actually pulled 2 of the key videos in this case off of the internet when he learned he was being investigated for extortion. I quote McDavid's attorney when I say 20 years later, when he's investigated for extortion, he comes up with a video and says, it's Lisa, but it's not. That's the rotten tomato in the barrel. The whole origin of this story is a lie, provable and undeniable. End quote. Now, McDavid's attorney moves on to Lisa Van Allen. And so McDavid's attorney says Lisa Van Allen is the government's last hope, unfortunately for them. The attorney says that Lisa lied about the sex tape allegedly featuring her, R. Kelly, and Reshona. He cites Keith Murrow's testimony that the tape in question seemed to him like a regular threesome. You see, the key word here is seemed, right? He's watching the tape. Did he see an ID? Did they put an ID? So for y'all to just straight up say Reshona wasn't there, it was Andrea Kelly. Again, he said it seemed like a regular threesome to him because his horny ass was probably just looking at Lisa and not paying too much mind. I quote McDavid's attorney in saying, just like any other porno movie, he didn't say any 14-year-old girl was on that tape. I'm not saying Lisa Van Allen never had sex with Reshona. I'm not saying that they didn't record it. But the tape that Derrel was involved in, Reshona wasn't on it. Lisa lied about the content, and we proved it. So McDavid, in his own testimony, said that the tape that Lisa Van Allen took from R. Kelly featured herself, R. Kelly, and Andrea Kelly, who was R. Kelly's now ex-wife, who all would have been of legal age at the time that the tape was allegedly made. Now, Lisa Van Allen in her testimony said she took the tape from R. Kelly because she didn't want him to see it. Now, McDavid's attorney says that if that were really the case, she would have destroyed it, not sent it to Keith Murrow. McDavid's attorney says, everybody knows that this was ridiculous that she didn't destroy it, right? The evidence fits together to expose the lie, end quote. Now, he contradicts Lisa Van Allen's initial testimony that contacting R. Kelly about the sex tape in 2007 was not about money. With Keith Murrow's testimony, that money was actually a consideration. So Lisa Van Allen realized she had a threesome with a 14-year-old Reshona. She stole the tape. She sent it to Keith Murrow. Lisa Van Allen says, me bringing up the tape in 2007, it wasn't about money. I wasn't trying to extort him. I wasn't trying to get paid. Meanwhile, Keith Murrow, the man that she sent the tape to, Keith Murrow says, it was about money. I was trying to get paid. I was considering a little something. McDavid's attorney says there's no books. There's no surviving R. Kelly if Lisa Van Allen had told the truth about the nature of the sex tape that she took from R. Kelly. Leo, you cannot bust the door down. Keep tight. We at work. So now McDavid's attorney is talking about the murked me threat, right? And when somebody says they're going to murk you, slang, ebonics, African-American vernacular English, whatever you want to call it, it definitely means we was finna take you out. We should have killed you. That's what it is. And so McDavid's attorney is talking about that statement, which is a threat allegedly made by his client, Derrel McDavid, to Lisa Van Allen. And McDavid's attorney says Lisa Van Allen lied about that. She lied about that pretty obviously too. She lied about it because she wanted to allege it on Surviving R. Kelly. And so now the judge, Judge Lenny, gives McDavid's attorney a 10-minute warning to wrap up his statements. Because remember, McDavid and Robert were initially given 105-minute time span restraints to present their closing arguments. Okay. Y'all in the chat talking about the Boondocks? Ciao.
Again?
Again.
Get your butt off the screen. That's definitely cat porn. Move. Now we continue. Get down. Down. Now, McDavid's attorney continues. And says, how much more proof can we give you that Lisa Van Allen was lying about Derrel McDavid? Alleging, again, that, the tape collector, Chuck Freeman, and Lisa Van Allen have been caught in multiple lies. Now, McDavid's attorney says, now when prosecutors get the last word, they'll have to say to you, give me the benefit of the doubt. But in a criminal case, when doubt comes up, the answer is not benefit. The answer is not guilty. In other words, they're saying the government is going to say, give me the benefit of the doubt. And they're saying you cannot give the government the benefit of the doubt. The benefit of the doubt is not a guilty verdict. It has to be not guilty if you're going based off of benefit of a doubt in order to prosecute somebody. McDavid's attorney says, did they prove he knew beyond a reasonable doubt? No, they did not, he says. And apparently he did his voice very dramatic with that. Did the government prove that McDavid, my client, knew beyond a reasonable doubt? No, they did not. And so now the attorney is bringing up Ed Jensen, right? Saying that Ed Jensen and Jack Palladino, both of them are dead, and Jerry have all spoken, all three of them are dead actually. They've all spoken from the grave with their documents and reports showing that Derrel McDavid cannot be proven guilty of conspiracy beyond a reasonable doubt. McDavid's attorney continues in a bit of a lengthy quote that I'll give you, and I'll start here, and I quote, did you expect the evidence to look anything like what you saw from the witness stand? They're talking to the jury, by the way. They promised you clear proof, and they did not deliver it. They did not deliver what they said in their opening statement. And in the end, does that not tell you all you need to know? The prosecution has failed to meet their burden of proof. All the government has against McDavid is guilty by association via his proximity to R. Kelly. We do not allow ourselves to give into the temptation of guilt by association, because when it comes to Derrel McDavid, that's all the government has. They didn't give you what they promised. Use your verdict. Say so. Find Derrel McDavid not guilty. And that concludes Derrel McDavid's closing argument, obviously by his attorney. Was that convincing to y'all? Was Derrel McDavid's was his testimony convincing to you all? Put a 22 in the chat if it was convincing. Put a 33 in the chat if it was not. 22 in the chat if it was convincing. 33 in the chat if it was not. Also, if you're wondering where I got this amazing ass cup from, it's from JasmineMadeIt.com. I see all the 33s in the chat, child. All of the 33s. Apple Juice in here. Shay Jim, Andrea, Elizabeth, It's Hawks, Baby Girl, Just Jay, Samantha, Edit, Sunstar, Astute. Look. Anthony Cole. All right. Let's continue because the next set of this is where it gets good. This is where we get into these motions. This is where we get into some of these motions. We got a little bit more to go. Lord have mercy. It was a long day in court. These are a lot of notes for real, for real. But look, we're gonna get through it. Right, Leo? Okay, right. I didn't mean to bother you. I'm sorry. I should have left him alone because he had actually calmed down. All right, let's continue. Look, do me a favor. If you haven't already hit thumbs up on the video, this video is long, but actually I'm not doing a lot of lollygagging at all, right? I'm trying to not even look at the comments to make sure that this is an efficient video, but I've realized it might be a 3-hour thing without even any phone calls. So this took a lot of focus to do this while I was at work today. I was ignoring clients and customers at work today to get y'all this. So hit the thumbs up button if you can send $3 to the Cash App. Okay? Now we're going to continue because R. Kelly's attorney, Bonjean, attempted to file for a mistrial today. Okay? Yes, she did. Yes, she did. Yes, she did. She did it twice. And it was actually denied. It was denied. But let's get into it. So now after McDavid's attorney wrapped up and returned to the defense table, McDavid took off his glasses, he sniffed quietly, and he wiped away tears. And so Jennifer Bonjean speaks up and says, so he's crying. So McDavid's crying. Well, I was about to skip past that. McDavid, what you crying for? You said this whole time. What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? But now, Jennifer Bonjean, R. Kelly's attorney, speaks up and says she's now moving for a mistrial. Ooh, she's going for a mistrial, and she's actually, she's made this motion several times before during this trial. And what she did was she pointed to various points by McDavid's attorney. Thank you, Robert, for the Cash App. She pointed to various points by McDavid's attorney, including the theory that some of the videos came from the internet. She says, I'm not faulting McDavid's attorney, but the internet theory is something that we've never contemplated that. So like she didn't have time to try to combat that sort of testimony. She wasn't expecting anything about the tape collector, Charles Freeman, deleting videos, 2 of the videos that were in the courtroom off of the internet when he found out he was being investigated for extortion. That obviously blindsided them in one way, shape, or form. And honestly, it hasn't come up in the trial until now. I would remember if it did. It honestly didn't. However, girl, okay, so defend it. How you gonna defend that tape? How you gonna defend them tapes? So McDavid's attorney's closing statement implied that R. Kelly's guilt and that it's prejudicial, right? I'm sorry. McDavid's attorney's closing statement implied that R. Kelly's guilt, right? And that it's prejudicial to try R. Kelly and McDavid together. Bonjean says repeatedly the implication was if McDavid knew then what he knows now, it would be different. Remember, we were talking about that earlier, right? Now he's like, I don't have a reason to disbelieve them. Essentially, McDavid is kind of implied that he believes that it happened now, but he's saying he didn't know it happened then. And that is what R. Kelly's attorney has an issue with, is that he's kind of painting Robert out to be guilty based off of that assertion. Okay. And so R. Kelly's attorney repeats what she believes to be highly prejudicial. You know, she's saying, I come into this closing argument with three parties saying he's guilty, but we don't know about it. It's an overwhelming burden for us. Here's the fact, right? Jennifer, how do you know? How do you know you came in here with, because look, there are four parties in this case. 3 co-defendants and the government. 3 co-defendants and the government. So if Jennifer Bonjean and R. Kelly, right, they're on this one side. If she came in there and the 3 parties are saying he's guilty, which is exactly what she said in her quote. Let me repeat the quote. Bonjean says, as she's submitting this motion, this attempt for mistrial, she says, I come into this closing argument with 3 parties saying, yeah, he's guilty. But we didn't know about it and it's overwhelming for us. She's admitting openly in the court that Milton Brown, Derrel McDavid, and the government, they all find Robert to be guilty already. I mean, like, I would expect the jury to make their own decision in itself, but you're out here out loud admitting that they already have found him guilty. Why would you even say that? She's desperate. She's desperate. Exactly, Leo. That's what I'm saying. Stop trying to bust down the door. Translation, no one in here thinks your client is innocent. No one in here thinks that your client is innocent. So the judge says that the jury can weigh any inconsistencies in the defense when it comes to the theories of this case. Motion denied. The motion's denied. You're not getting a mistrial because you feel like they found your client guilty. Is your client guilty? Hell to the motherfucker, yes. But no. So, but the thing about it is the judge will let her hold off on giving her closing statements on R. Kelly's behalf until tomorrow to give her as much time as possible to make her case. So Milton Brown's closing statements will be next. One of the seated jurors actually begins to have a heart attack, a panic attack. Excuse me, a panic attack. One of the jurors ends up having, it informs the court that they're having a panic attack and literally says, I cannot go on 1 minute more. What in the telenovela is going on here? What do you mean you cannot go on 1 minute more? I mean, like, that was the quote that I cross-referenced across 3 different very credible reporters that have been there every single day, because I ain't taking my ass to Chicago to do this. I'm right here in Baltimore. I cross-reference it. I'm like, did they really? I cannot go on 1 minute more. Woo, child. If you having a panic attack and you can talk like that, like, that's giving very much 1940s, 1880s. Not 1 minute more, or I will falter. Thou art like what? dramatic as shit for nothing. Girl. Go on, get your panic attack and get out. Can you hold on any longer? Not 1 minute more, Your Honor. I'm turning all red. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. I'm turning red. That's what I'm gonna say next time, y'all. Not 1 minute. Let me get it together. Get it together. All right. So she said, so she said, so so she she worked for the public library, right? She worked for the public library. And she said during the jury selection that she has seen headlines about R. Kelly's allegations, but that she hadn't seen she hadn't seen Surviving R. Kelly. You know, she works for the library. Maybe that's why she's so dramatic. She in theater. She read them books and things. She worked for the library. She said during jury selection, she's seen headlines about the allegations, but she didn't see Surviving R. Kelly. Here's the thing about her. I don't understand why she's talking like that, because she was apparently a white woman in her 30s. So, girl, why is you giving Shakespeare? Why are you giving Shakespeare in your 30s? Okay? Because, baby, we got the details. Girl, girl, if you was like 50, 60, I could get it. But like, okay. She in her 30s with the where art thou type stuff, right? And so the judge says, you know, his inclination was to excuse her. That's what the judge said. And so with no objections by any party, the juror who had the panic attack was excused and was replaced with an alternate juror. Okay. The replacement juror that she that was put in her place was a white male who also said that he had not seen R. Kelly's, and he is around about his 60s. I would expect him to be giving us the not 1 minute more, but okay. So a whole juror was replaced based off of this panic attack. 30-year-old replaced with a 60-year-old. A white male. White woman, 30-year-old white woman replaced with a 60-something-year-old white man. Y'all, I did not think I was going to survive that laugh. That laugh, I really, I really didn't think I was going to get through it. Let's move on. This next thing is going to be super brief because they really didn't have a lot to say. Honestly, the person who was brought up the least amount in this trial was Milton Brown. And Milton Brown did themselves a favor by not saying a whole bunch. You know, McDavid thought he was doing something by doing this scorched earth strategy, trying to cover everything under the sun to hope that they wouldn't be blindsided by anything. But it totally bit McDavid in the foot because he contradicted himself a million times. The testimony didn't make sense. So that is that. Okay. Shout out to Glenn Turner for sending a. Oh, hold up. Thank you for the $20. You're helping demonizing a black man. The tapes. That's the only answer I got to give without maybe like giving you the reaction that you want. I'm helping demonize a black man. See, because demonize is a negative connotation. It means that I'm putting some negative shit on him that doesn't belong there. When really the tapes speak for itself. Robert's pattern and behavior speak for itself because it's not an isolated incident. So for you to send me $20 to say that I'm helping demonize a black man, when the black man helped to demonize his own self, it means you need to seek help. But you can send me $20 every show if you want to, just to tell me something that you think is going to get under my skin. I'm grateful for what you have sent to the chat. I appreciate you. But if you thought this was going to make me feel bad or make me flip out on you in the middle of my show, you're wrong. Thank you for the money. R. Kelly did this to himself. Thank you. What's next? What else is going on here? Thank you so much for the $2 super chat from what is this? Jeremy Lindsay. Thank you so much. I appreciate you for that. And there was another one that I had. Glenn. Glenn, you the one that just sent them $20. You thought you was being cute. You sent 2 and then you sent 20. Thank you for the 22, baby. I'm gonna play that number on the lottery. I don't even play the lottery, but Astute Queen B sent a $1.49 super sticker. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Now let's move on. Let's move on. All right. So this next one is going to be really short. Like this closing argument here is Milton June Brown, right? Robert's clearly going to come tomorrow. I'll tell you why, how, minutes, and all that other stuff. But we're going to get into Milton Brown and his closing arguments, right? So Milton Brown's attorney is up to speak on his behalf. Now, just a reminder, right? You know what, Glenn? How about you call in? How about you call in? You want to call in? Because you definitely should. The show is almost over. You might as well call in and speak your piece. Milton Brown's attorney is up. Milton Brown is only facing 1 count, right? And that 1 count is based off of receiving child pornography. And so Milton Brown's attorney that's speaking on Milton's behalf says, I promise you, I won't yell at you as much as McDavid's attorney yelled. Okay, didn't I tell you that he yelled so much that the next attorney had to literally say, I'm not going to yell at you like he did. And that's exactly what she just said, right? Milton June Brown's attorney continues and says, the government in this case has failed miserably to prove knowledge. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is not just language. The government has to prove that Milton Brown knew beyond a reasonable doubt what the videos were that were depicted. What the videos depicted. Let me read that again. The government in this case has failed miserably to prove knowledge. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is not just language. The government has to prove that Milton Brown knew beyond a reasonable doubt what the videos depicted. Here's what she said that really made me chuckle. I ain't gonna lie. She said, if you're wondering why Milton Brown is charged in this case, you're definitely not alone. She says, there's no explanation why my client Milton Brown would commit a crime, a reprehensible crime for R. Kelly. They're trying to create a fictional bond that did not exist. Damn, not y'all wasn't even close. Y'all wasn't friends. Y'all wasn't homies. Y'all wasn't boys. Y'all wasn't nothing. Okay. R. Kelly's employees were told to stay in their lanes, according to Milton Brown's attorney, she says. And all the government's evidence prove that Brown was doing his job as R. Kelly's assistant. The government has no proof that Milton Brown ever received child pornography. So now, Mr. Brown's attorney is reminding the jury about prosecutors' opening statement that Brown helped R. Kelly hide his dark side, saying it's preposterous and there's no such evidence. The government presents a good story, but it's not true. I just want to create a quick sidebar for myself and say that, like, McDavid's attorney said that. So find your own original lines, because McDavid's attorney already used that line. And y'all are out against one another. But I'm just saying. Brown's attorney continues and says, quote, carrying R. Kelly's bags, even if they did contain child pornography videos, it's not enough if Milton Brown had no knowledge of what was on those tapes. And there's no evidence that he did. End quote. And you know what? Honestly, and thank you so much, Purple for the $9.99 super chat. I really do appreciate that. So you know what this reminded me of, right? They're talking about Robert and the bag full of porn, like the porno bag. I hate to say it like that, but that's really what it is without me trying to use too many words. The sack that contained the illicit tapes of intimacy involving R. Kelly and children and minor. Fuck that. The porno bag. All right? It's porno bag. You know, it reminds me, them talking about, you know, my client carrying R. Kelly's bags, even if they did contain child porn, it's not enough if Milton Brown had no knowledge of what was on the tapes, and there was no evidence that he did know what was on the tapes. And I'm like, you know what? In 2008, when Robert was on trial, right? There was a person representing Robert who his name was Sam Adam Jr., right? And he said, we're supposed to believe R. Kelly goes around with a bag of porn tapes everywhere, like, everywhere he goes, like he's some porno Santa Claus. Let me say that again. We're supposed to believe R. Kelly goes around with a bag of porn tapes everywhere he goes, like some type of porno Santa Claus. Now, that was 2008, right? This wasn't it, but it just reminded me of that. Because you trying to make it seem like it's porno Santa Claus is real. Hell, Santa Claus is real if you really think about it. Who is giving you the gifts? They're Santa Claus, okay? It ain't come time, you know what I'm saying? My mother-in-law, whoever, y'all, your Santa Claus is real. So yeah, I think that the porno Santa Claus is very real too. Am I lying? I mean, like, who would even come up with a porno Santa Claus? Like, even if you came up with that name, shouldn't that stay in your bedroom? But let me come back. Let me bring it back to what's relevant, right? Because it's late. It's a little bit after 2 o'clock in the morning, and you know, thoughts get a little dark after a certain point of time. You know, because a porno Santa Claus is one thing, But a pedophile Santa Claus, somebody that abuses kids, is another thing. Like, what's wrong with a regular porno Santa Claus, you know? But all right. I'm bringing it back. Damn, porno Santa Claus. So literally, this is how short Milton June Brown's like the closing arguments were. It wasn't much. It was the if you're wondering why Milton Brown is charged in this case, you're definitely not alone. The government has failed miserably to prove knowledge. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is not just language. The government has to prove that my client, Milton Brown, knew beyond a reasonable doubt what the videos depicted. Carrying R. Kelly's bags, even if they did contain child pornography videos, is not enough if Milton Brown had no knowledge of what was on the tapes. And there's no evidence that he did know what was on them tapes. That's it. And that's pretty much the extent. And she concludes her closing arguments right there. You know what? Honestly, I have to say, you know, Glenn, I hope you call in since you joined the membership. You should definitely call in, but thank you for throwing the money, child, because I'm trying to understand where you're coming from. Said everything coming out of the closet. If there's anybody that has the least to worry about, it is Brown. It is Brown. I think all of them should be. I think all of them are guilty in their own rights, in their own ways, because all of them had something to do with this. Absolutely. Yes, they did. But if anybody's going to get off, it would be June. And ooh, it's going to be interesting to see. I got 5 on June getting off. It's not that I want him to get off. I'm just going based off of the prediction and how this is set up. I got 5 on June getting off. What y'all got 5 on? What's y'all prediction? That's what I really want to know. What is your prediction with this trial? Do you think all of them are going to be found guilty without the shadow of a doubt? You think one person's going to get off? If you think one person's going to get off, comment that person's name down below. You've got Robert, you've got Milton, you've got McDavid. You've got Derrel McDavid, you've got Milton Brown, and you've got R. Kelly. But this is where the closing statements for Milton June Brown concludes. And this is the part where R. Kelly's attorney, Jennifer Bongine, literally calls for another mistrial. I'm like, they're not even 3 hours apart, right? Like mistrial, remember, she called for one earlier. Mistrial, it was denied. Here she is calling for another trial. Another mistrial. This time her reasoning is the presumption of innocence has been abolished for R. Kelly through today's closing arguments, is what she says. And basically what it means when they say that the presumption of innocence has been abolished, they mean that he was unable to get a fair trial. The translation again is, girl, nobody thinks he's innocent. Like the same thing when you filed that, you know, when you tried the first mistrial and you said, okay, I come in here and 3 parties thinks he's guilty. You've admitted to the court that everybody thinks he's guilty and that nobody thinks he's innocent. And that was the translation I gave you for the first mistrial. It's the same thing here. Nobody thinks he's innocent. You feel like he didn't get a fair trial because nobody thinks he's innocent, because the evidence is overwhelming. For that reason, the judge denies the motion. Get out the judge's face. Get out the judge's face. Now, before the judge leaves, this is what he says. He says that Bongine, again, he reiterates that she has 105 minutes for her argument tomorrow. The prosecutors have another 57 minutes. I'm like, damn, how did we get to 57 and not 60? What the hell, Doc? 3 minutes from their pay. They finished a little bit earlier today. They typically finish around 6 p.m. my time, which I think, what is it, 7 p.m. their time? I don't know what their time is, but it's 6 p.m. their Central Standard Time. So I guess that would be 7 p.m. their time. I'm not here to translate time zones, right? I do enough research and all this. I don't got time to be thinking about time zones. But they finished earlier than 6 p.m. my time today. And I just don't understand how the prosecution got the 57 minutes instead of the 60 that they were supposed to get. But nonetheless, the judge reminds Bonjean that she has 105. But you know what? I find that interesting because she had bartered with the judge earlier, asking for an extra 15, and the judge granted it. So I don't know if the judge was tired. It's late. Again, the judge quote from earlier in the day before they even got started was, look, I don't see how we're going to get through all these hours of testimony today. We're going to do our best, and whatever's left, we're going to have that for tomorrow. I don't know how we're going to get through all of this stuff today without you killing the jury and killing me, is exactly what the judge said coming in. And what I do know is close to 5 o'clock, this judge do be kind of like clocked out. There was one time somebody called for an objection last week or the week before, and it was like 15, 20 minutes before it was time to let out. And somebody said object. And the judge didn't even remember what it was for. They said object this. And the judge was like, I don't remember what you objected for. Mind you, this is an 85-year-old judge. The judge is 85 years old. So he's old. And look, he's like, listen, Jennifer, you got 105 minutes tomorrow. And that's it. You know what's really interesting? They said it's 1 hour behind. Okay, cool. Child, I can't keep up. It's too much. I can't keep up. Glenn, do you want to call in? You saying, how does it work? Let me drop the link. Okay. Call in. So the jury goes home, but they are coming in early tomorrow. They typically go in at 9. They typically go in at 10 a.m. CST, Central Standard Time. But tomorrow they're going in at 9 a.m. CST instead of 10 a.m. CST. So that's what's going on. Wondering if they get out early too, if they're going to get out an hour early since they go in an hour early. That's going to be interesting. But the jury was dismissed after the second mistrial motion was denied, all this other stuff. And again, R. Kelly's attorney, Jennifer Bonjean, is going to deliver her closing argument, followed by the prosecution's rebuttal, which is the final word. The judge is giving them basically an hour. Then they're going to get jury instructions and then deliberations, and the jury should have the case by early to mid-afternoon. Okay? So that's what's going on. And truthfully, what we listened to today, although this video is only I finished this around about like 2.5 hours or 2 hours and 15 minutes if we take out like the intro and stuff. Roughly 5 hours total of closing arguments today, which is day 17 of the R. Kelly trial. And it was a roller coaster. It was dramatic. But I really enjoyed staying up on all of this information by the minute to get all this stuff together for you all to present. Now, if you're interested in calling into the show, please make sure that you have a good internet connection. Make sure that you have your most poignant points and the things that you want to discuss at the top of your mind. I'm going to accept some calls. What I'm going to do is shout out, show some love and appreciation to my channel members who really deserve it, and also my moderators. Okay? We'll come back. We'll take some calls if there's anybody in the queue. My moderators, thank you so much for sharing the link. I'm going to shout these shortcuts I be hitting. Oh, I see you back here, Glenn. Okay, so thank you. Just go ahead and stay put, right? Because we're going to hit a commercial. And I dropped the link again if there's anybody else that wants to call in, okay? We're going to hit this commercial. We'll be right back. Whoever's in the queue, you'll call in. We'll keep it brisk. We'll keep it going. Drop some pancakes, hit thumbs up, subscribe if you haven't already, and we'll be right back to get into the phone call portion of the show, okay?
The plainest Jane. This is one of my favorite comments here. She says, I loves me some black, and she said, loves me some black news. She says, is it just me, or does anyone else get tired of seeing people that don't look like them delivering info about them day in and day out?
So wait a minute, you ain't joined the channel yet so that you can access special perks over here with the plainest Jane?
Rolex on your wrist, a plain Jane.
Ooh, watch this. Hey, I'm the plainest Jane. I'm a cultural commentator and informant, and I provide sticky coverage on trending stories, black news, black culture, and everyday topics with a sticky, abstract perspective. So get familiar with the perks. I've carefully curated all of these things, and it's just a little exclusive glaze to amplify the way that you express yourself. So get comfortable, get used to our official emoji over here. That is the pancake stack, because it's always sticky in Hollywood and in real life, and especially when you spend the time over here with the plainest Jane. Like I said, I hope you enjoy the exclusive glaze that I've provided for you to amplify the way you express yourself, and I hope you enjoy the digital vibe. Hey, listen, I always want you to keep it sticky, but be sure to think critically and independently, regardless of what you hear from me or anybody else. But most importantly, I hope that you're feeling all right, and hopefully you've had some time to tackle some of your invisible problems. I know I got a couple of new subscribers, and I just want to say thank y'all. I really do appreciate you. And if you're not quite feeling all right, this channel right here, once you join, it's going to help you kick back and decompress always, but it'll also keep you in the know with what's happening with the best black news, celebrity entertainment, and a splash of controversy. So again, get comfortable. The first drink is on me, all right? Act like you got some sense, and I'll see you around. But don't forget to keep it sticky 24/7 by following me on Instagram, but hit that notification bell so that you always know when I upload and you get your dose of syrup first. Now, with all that stickiness being said, the most important thing I want you to remember about this neck of the woods and the plainest Jane is Black Lives Matter. And if you don't agree,
Buy pumpkin. That would take you out. I don't play that shit.
Now you gotta go for real.
it's just that simple. Hey, look, whether you join or not, I do want you to stay beautiful, black, and blessed. And just know I appreciate your support. I'm your girl, the plainest Jane. And let's see what's happening in these virtual streets. You ready? All right now. This could be a crazy ride. I'm warning you now.
All right, and we are back. Shout out to y'all. Okay, so we are about to bring someone up here. I'm just about to try and add my homegirl, but why it's not working? M-I-Z. Oh, there we go. Okay, so let's get into our caller that is here. And if anybody else wants to call in, feel free. But if you don't, listen, that's cool because I'm hungry. It's 2:08. When I tell you I haven't ate anything today, I haven't ate anything today. I've had 3 seltzer waters, and that's it. No food. I didn't want to have itis, and I wanted to bring y'all this stuff. So we're gonna bring our caller up here. Hey, Glenn, how are you?
Hi, how are you?
Good. Let me just verify. Do we have an echo? Do you have me on in the background?
No, I don't have anything on.
Hmm.
What happened? What's going on? What are you getting?
I'm just trying to make sure I don't have an echo. Sometimes I'll get to talking, and then 3 seconds later, I'll hear something from the phone.
Well, how's everything right now?
I'm just trying to hold on. Give me a second to verify. It sounds like it might be cool. Okay. It sounds like there's no echo. Okay. What's going on? What are your thoughts?
You heard what I said earlier, right?
Well, I didn't hear anything. I read something, and there's a lot of misinterpretations that can be
Right.
gathered.
I mean, like, I think black men are getting a lot of negative press right now. Just in general, black men are getting a lot of negative press, and the same thing happened with Hitler when he like influenced the population to exterminate the Jews, and everything was okay with it. I think we're just at that point right now with black men. Not saying that your coverage is great. I love your show. I watch your show all the time. It's nothing personal against you, but I think we need to step back and disassociate ourselves with people like an R. Kelly, because like when we associate ourselves, well, we oppose it or against it, we're giving it press. We don't need that kind of press.
So does that mean we should ignore all of the wrongdoing and the foul
No.
Because when you say don't give it press, it's easy for people to dodge accountability that way. Oh, don't talk about the negative stuff going on in the Black community because we don't need that. But does that, with that logic, that means that we're not allowed to hold pedophiles accountable?
No. I think pedophiles should be accountable, and that's a big problem in our community that we don't hold pedophiles accountable. It's a big problem. But R. Kelly is giving it negative press to Black men in general. Like, I'm seen as R. Kelly, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And then we are easily demonized in the public as pedophiles or like sexual predators. That's coming from me, you know what I mean? Like, I can be wrong, I can be right, whatever. But you understand what I'm saying? Does that make sense? No?
Honestly, I understand what you're saying, but I 198% disagree.
Okay, talk to me. Educate me.
You saying that holding R. Kelly accountable, because that's all this is, right?
Right. I want him to be held accountable.
It's me holding him accountable, but you're saying that makes other Black men look bad.
I think that make Black people in general, Black, it doesn't matter, woman or men, it's demonizing Black men. The hip hop music is demonizing us enough. People getting shot for no reason, people just getting killed for no reason is making us look like we are a predator on society.
The whole Black population does not look like predators. The people who are predators look like predators. I mean, because that's the thing. I'm trying to understand your logic. Because again, I started off and you agree with, okay, if we're saying we don't want to make Black people or Black men look bad, that means I don't have room to hold pedophiles accountable. And you said, well, I want you to hold pedophiles accountable. Well, Robert is a pedophile. So
right,
how do I go about holding him accountable by your logic?
I think he's already in court. That's good. Let this play itself out. That will play itself out.
Let me ask you this: if this was your niece or your daughter, hold on. Let me ask you: if this was your niece or your daughter or your sister, would you want people to stop talking about it? Because it's a bullshit narrative to think that people aren't allowed to have dialogue and conversation, which is important. There's so many different ways that this conversation is being had about Robert. People want to hold the parents accountable, and you know what? I agree that the parents, oh damn, his internet must have dropped because he literally just dropped off. I hope he calls back in, but we do have another caller. Let me drop him a couple more times. My CC, what's going on? What you doing?
Hi, the plainest Jane in the chat. Let me say something to Glenn. I don't know if he's still in the room or not. And I stand by what TFI said. Black men need to stop making, whores of HOERS of our Black women. Essentially, that's what cuts, hard for me is that, our Black young women, ladies, are subjected, to the, the mindset of those likes of R. Kelly and many others that are unnamed, that are unknown, that are hidden, that are protected by no one saying anything. So, yeah, I totally disagree with Glenn on that Black men need to be held. They need to be held accountable and they need to be called out. They need to be identified because there's so many that are hidden in our own communities, our own families that no one is saying anything. And that shit is heartbreaking to me. And that shit has heart for me. You know what I'm saying? Personally. So, yeah, so that's all I really want to say. I just want to get back at Glenn on that, no one is making anybody look bad. A predator does what a predator does, sir. That's
exactly.
It.
That's my point, because I'm like, there are plenty of videos every day of shoplifters, right? And I mean of all colors. I mean, you got white people, Black people, but who's to say that the store is wrong for publishing the video and saying this person stole from my store? Or who's to say that I'm wrong for picking up a story where I'm like, this person shoplifted and who's to say that I'm wrong for that? Depending on how they went about it, it's about awareness. And in this case, we're talking about, again, because this is a very layered story when it comes to Robert, because he was very elaborate in the schemes of these things. So when we talk about having these conversations with and about parents, with and about the industry, a lot of R. Kelly fans want to say the parents sold their kids. First of all, let me give you some clarity on that statement. parents selling their kids, if that's the way you want to think about it, that doesn't make Robert any less guilty. Because no one can give consent for a minor. So if anything, it opens up the conversation for parents to not be leaving their kids, to not be starstruck and whatever. There are conversations that you can have with 14-year-olds about it and say, look at this R. Kelly trial. You remember that? Da-da-da. Don't trust these people. You can have conversations about the parents. You can have conversations about the industry. There are so many different angles and perspectives that a conversation about Robert, because he's so well known and not a damn, he was up here. He was up here. I hope he comes back. There are so many different ways that you can have conversations about this that are learning lessons, because at the end of the day, we're talking about grooming, we're talking about molestation, and it don't always happen by a celebrity. But a celebrity will give the sort of a visibility to allow for a dialogue to go a lot longer than, hey, my Uncle Earl. You know, you could be talking to your aunt say, my Uncle Earl did this. It's not as believable. You don't know until you're there. You know, so long story short, there's so many ways I could go about saying how that way of thinking is just like wrong as hell, in my opinion. It makes me almost like lightheaded, because I'm like, what do you mean I'm bringing the black man down by holding him accountable? No, bringing the black man down would be like false allegations. He wore chapstick around another man. I'm saying that he's gay and he's not, or I'm outing him based off of what, like, that's the type of stuff that you that is clinging to black men, that would be bringing them down. But holding him accountable based off of evidence in court, like, no, that's not bringing him down. And the same with people say this was a setup. Even his attorneys was a setup. Like, huh? How was his attorneys a setup? Like, it's impossible for his attorneys to win. His attorneys can't even say positively that it's not him on the tape. They can't say that. So how is it a setup? How am I bringing the black man down by being a black woman holding a black man accountable for the stuff that he has done, and it's very easily verifiable by the tape? I'm not talking about rumors. I'm not talking about hearsay. I'm talking about them tapes that I seen myself.
Wow. Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
That part. And your basic platform is saying that, you know, we want people like that look like us to cover our stories, because it's our stories, and I think it's our stories to be told. And I mean, some of us would, you know, we would probably take more heart if we hear it coming from us instead of someone else, discussing it or bringing it up. I think there's an opportunity for us to talk about this openly as a community, as a people. So I would feel more comfortable talking to you, my sister, than to talk, to others, about the traumas that our community face. And I think it should be held and dealt with within our community. So I appreciate you for this platform, and I thank you for that. And shouts out to you for that.
No problem. I appreciate you calling in. I appreciate you supporting and really speaking your mind about things that at the end of the day do affect all of us. Just because we weren't touched by Robert or whatever, that is a situation in the story, whether it touches us, our niece, our nephew, our close friend, our mom, our grandma, whatever.
Yes,
it affects, and the effects are very long lasting.
Yes,
how and when and how the people that are close to us, how they fell victim to certain things, and listening to these stories and having these dialogues gives us a preventative sort of a way of thinking.
Awareness.
I mean, like, we're older, like you and I don't know, you sound at least my age or older, but when it comes to the 14-year-olds, they need to be privy to conversations like this, because I'm hanging around. You think about like the R. Kelly of this day and age would be, I don't know, maybe like the Chris Brown or Trey Songz of the people of this day and age. They could be falling victim to this stuff because, it's Chris Brown or it's no, think a second. Let's have this conversation, because that R. Kelly was to that generation what Chris Brown, and not in the sense of being a predator, right? Even though, look, there are some similarities, but I'm not going there. But I'm talking about people that are at the height of their career that can abuse that influence and that fame and that star power to make you think that whatever it is that you're subjecting yourself to is okay. Whether you're a minor or whether you're 19. Because if it was my 19-year-old, I would be pissed, because a 19-year-old, just because they're legal, doesn't mean that they have it all. I didn't have it all when I was 19. you know.
Exactly.
But yeah, I appreciate you calling in, and it means a lot.
Thank you. You're very welcome, and thank you. Okay, good night, everybody.
Good night. All right, David Thompson, what's going on?
How you doing, Plaintiff Jay?
I'm good. You sound hella ready. What's good?
Oh yeah, I'm working. Yeah, I'm hella ready though. But man, I love your show. I've been listening to your show for a long time. I love your remix. I love everything you do. I just want to say that I'm the leader of the Beehive, and
you the leader of the Beehive.
I'm the leader of the Beehive. I'm the head of the Beehive.
Christ, Jesus,
yeah,
and
you
called. Hold on, real quick. I know you at work.
But you're not. Stop it! I have never in my life yelled at a girl like this. When my mother yells at this, it's because she loves me. I was rooting for you. We were all rooting for you. How dare you? Learn something from this. You go to bed at night, you lay there, and you take responsibility for yourself.
Okay, so you the leader of the Beehive. What's next?
Okay, now this is all I want to say to you though on some serious tip. I know R. Kelly, he guilty, right? He needs to go to jail, right? So just let me get that out the way before we get too serious. But what I will say is I feel sorry for him because I believe that, you know, I just listened to the lady on before you, and we talk about, you know, black girls, and we talk about black women, we talk about black this, and the guy was talking about how we do black men and all of that, right? Now with R. Kelly, he different. And this is why he different. Because he married a 15-year-old girl. He made an album called Age Ain't Nothing But a Number. And once he got caught, right, Barry Hankerson them, they didn't say it's time for him to go to jail. They just took his shit and let him keep doing what he was doing, right? And that's the one-off, as far as the black community. Okay, stars do shit, see famous, he famous, right? Now, he came out with this tape where he peed on a little girl. And the whole wide world seen it in 2002, 2003, whatever, right? Now, even though he got off, as a black community, we should have muted him then. We should have never bought another R. Kelly song. We should have never bought another R. Kelly nothing. But what we did that because he said much his music to the black people. So all we did was, as black people, as we kept buying his music, we kept going to his shows, we kept selling him out, right? Now he in jail because of a Lifetime movie, and Lifetime, they make movies all about battered women. So now we're gonna put him in jail, or you know, put him in jail and make him go through court for something he did 30 years ago when the whole wide world knew. It's different from Michael Jackson. It's different from Bill Cosby, because we never knew. But R. Kelly been age ain't number. 3.5 million people bought that. Then after he peed on the girl, he come out with the chocolate factory and so on and so forth. So the black community, man, y'all killing me. Like how Robert say, and your remix is cold. Y'all killing me with this shit, man. Y'all killing me. Y'all killing Robert with that because like he said 30 years ago, and another thing I want to point is he should go to jail because what's right is right, and what's wrong is wrong. But my problem is society. See, when he was making all that money and he was walking in them courtrooms and making all them songs and still doing the same thing he was doing, black community, we was number one in line for all his shit, right or wrong. So it's like now the money dried up. He ain't got no more hits, ain't nobody buying no music no more. Now we gonna go back and talk about Reshona Landfield. We gonna talk about all this shit when the whole wide world seeing this shit 20 more years ago. So it's like, man, the world just corrupt. It's just terrible because I mean he needs to go to jail, but he really need help. That's what he really needed. And back in 2008, somebody should have gave that boy some help. But what they did was, you can make all these records. We're gonna let you get your little women and let you do all the shit that you shouldn't do. And once everything dry up, your ass gonna be right there in jail. See, Barry Hankerson, they took all his masters and shit. That's why they let him go. Like the average person, when they find out that you sleeping with my niece that I introduced you to, my daughter, you know, the average person will make your ass go to jail. See, so you know, y'all. I just want to try to sit back and look at it from a different perspective, man, because y'all supported that man ever since he peed on that girl Reshonda. Y'all, that man sold platinum shit. That boy been all over the world. In a Lifetime movie, a movie that's subjective to battered women and shit, go especially on everything that we basically already know. Come on, Planet Jane. I just think it's a little bit too much for Robert. It's 30 years ago. Like you say, y'all too late. Too late. 30 years ago. Y'all should did that shit to him back when they caught him with Aaliyah. Uh-oh.
So let me ask you this. R. Kelly saying, y'all should have caught me 30 years ago, but he was also hiding shit 30 years ago too. He was actively hiding the shit.
How when it was on every corner though, every street corner.
Sweetheart, what I'm telling you is he was obstructing justice by telling people to shut up about the tape. He wasn't telling people, oh, I pissed on you in the tape. Go out here and tell people, oh, I had sex with you with the minor. Go out here. He was getting people to hush the hell up about it. So, you know, to be telling people, oh, you should have done this 30 years ago, and 30 years ago you were trying to obstruct justice and hide it. How are we keeping these things synonymous?
Okay. I'm gonna hit you with this there, right? Reshonda Landfair daddy, right? That was his daughter. He kept playing on the man records and shit. Black man. He kept playing on the man records. His mama, they got money. They went to Barbados, whatever the fuck they did. They weren't trying to make that man go to jail. It was, you know, it's all about the money. I know I got a daughter. Anybody do anything to my daughter, I mean, you know, 90% of the men gonna go crazy. But that's my answer to your question. The man that's the person daughter that he violated, father kept kicking it with him, the daddy. So I don't know.
So
yeah, I
here's
know.
my other question, because I was taking notes while you was talking. You said you're the leader of the P-Hive, meaning you still support Robert, right?
I listen to Robert every chance I get. I'm all about that music, because that's the only thing I know from R. Kelly is his music. So I still listen to his music. I love his music. He a hell of an artist. Seems Like You Ready. I listen to all that shit. It don't do nothing to me. Because the thing is, it ain't like I said, it ain't like Bill Cosby, where we was kind of shocked that, you know, he had so many allegations. You know, R. Kelly.
Let me ask you this. You talking about it's not like Bill Cosby, like Bill Cosby is worse. Have there been tapes with Bill Cosby where you were able to see what he did?
No.
Okay, so how was Bill Cosby worse than Robert?
Because Bill Cosby actually hid it. Robert tape was on every corner in the United States.
Robert tried to hide it too. So, like, what are you saying?
But what I'm saying is, Plain Jay, he tried to hide it, but he didn't hide it. The whole, like everybody in the world, the tape was at every barbershop. You remember the tape?
Yeah.
The tape was so I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like of course he tried to hide it. We know he tried to hide it, but he did not hide it because it got out. So once it got out, we knew what he was doing. We knew that he was peeing on these damn girls. Of course he gonna say he ain't him. He a celebrity. Of course, I mean, come on, you know how money talk, but I'm talking about as your judgment. I'm talking about as your eyes. So, okay, so let me ask you a question then. So, in 2000, when the tape was out, you didn't believe that, and you believe it now, or did you believe it then?
Let me tell you something. In 2000, I was a child. And when I say a child, I don't mean 16, 18, 19, 13. I was a child. I'm a baby. I ain't finna say, yeah, I was born, but like gotcha. I was a child, and in 2000, I was in elementary school.
Got you.
So I didn't know anything about that.
Got you. Right.
So, you know, and so that's my thing. You know, what's interesting about what you said, because I've been taking notes. And let me just say this. Glenn Turner, I see you in the background. Please don't hang up. Glenn, are you here? Damn it. Glenn just fucking. Okay, let's go. What I want to say to you, though. You really at work, huh?
Yeah, I'm at work. But go ahead, I'm listening.
All right, that's cool. You said it's our fault, right? Because you said, you included me in this group and whatnot. And you said, you know, the people should have ceased support, but you still maintain support of Robert. How is that so that you are the leader of the Beehive, and you said that everybody should have relinquished their support a while ago, and you said he should be in jail, and everybody should have relinquished their support, but you still maintain yours. How does that work?
Because I feel like that he getting the raw deal. Like, I mean, he didn't hide nothing in plain sight. So it's like you say, 30 years ago, he should have got locked up. So money talk, he kept going. So, you know, the world is the world. They drained him. Everybody took all his money. You know, didn't nobody give him no help. Just like, you know, we all talk about him. We all make jokes. Dave Chappelle, we all make jokes. Black comedians, black people, since we talking black people, all that. We all make jokes about him and laugh at him and then go buy his music. Right? So then, when he in trouble, oh, nasty R. Kelly, nasty. Well, I mean, shit, R. Kelly has sold so much motherfucking music to the black people over the 30 years. Like, this ain't no new scandal. We talking about shit that everybody already knew about. Only thing difference is it's in more detail. But we both knew that. So you asking me how can we support him? I just told you, when they dropped the tape, the whole black community still supporting. I ain't the only one that's still supporting him. Before surviving R. Kelly, shit, he probably still was getting mad support, mad shows and shit selling out. And that's nothing I got. You gonna be telling me a Lifetime movie, a all-female channel movie. Come on, man.
So you saying everybody else should have stopped supporting him, but you allowed to continue to support him?
No, this is what I'm saying, Players Game. When we found out R. Kelly was pushing on them girls back in 2002 and 2003, we should have cut him off as a community. As a whole, I should have cut him off. Barry Hankerson should have cut him off. Michael Jackson should have cut him off. Whitney Houston should have cut him off. We all should have cut him off. So, but it's like all of a sudden now he doing this. He been doing the same thing he been doing. He married a 15-year-old girl, man. He titled the shit age ain't number the number. The parents and shit found out. Jive Records, everybody found out in the whole wide world, and they didn't do nothing. Nothing. And you know that everybody should have cut him off at that point, but you still supporting him. Yeah. I still support him. Why wouldn't I?
Yeah, how can you say everybody else should drop their support, but you feel like you're allowed to keep yours?
No. See, you're twisting my words. That ain't what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying, right? I'm saying in 2002, since we were so concerned about these black women, this is what I'm saying. In 2002, I don't know if I'm getting my dates right, but whenever he had that trial, we should have cut his butt off there because it was on every barbershop. See, you too young to understand what I'm saying, but it was at the barbershop.
I understand what you're saying about the barbershop.
It was everywhere. The tape was every single where. So
that doesn't make a difference to what he did, but go ahead.
So, but what I mean is that the fans seen it, right? It was something that was raw that the fans weren't supposed to see, right? Because he was trying to hide it, right? And the fans seen it, right? We seen how creepy this cat was. He pissing on little kids and all that, right? And then my question to you is this. You gonna ask me, well, how can I support him? Which I said that we shouldn't support him after 2002, whatever. The girl on the tape, look what his daddy, look what her daddy did. He kept rocking with him. He kept playing music with him and laughing with him and everything. And I'm just a fan that's miles away. So put that in some perspective. Everybody used that man. Did nobody go to that man and tell that man, look here, man, you got a problem, man. You got a problem. I ain't messing with you no more. Black community said, no, I ain't messing with black radio. All that. They played his music all the time. Like it was just like nothing. If Surviving R. Kelly wouldn't come out, them girls would still be in that damn building. He'd still be doing that stuff to him. 30 years later.
And you still fuck with him.
Listen to his music every chance I get. The music, I mean, what that got to do with me? What he do? That's fucked up. But he music. That's how I know him. I know him from the music. I don't know his ass nowhere. I like his music. He talented. He got real good songs and shit like that. You know, it's like a song, like they say, you got a soundtrack of life. You know, so I rock with R. Kelly. I like R. Kelly. Should he go to jail? Yeah, he got to go to jail because he got a little problem with girls. You know, but I just think he getting a terrible raw deal with the community. Everybody turn their back on him now. Which
it's not a matter of turning their back. It's a matter of nobody can do anything to help him. There's nothing that anybody can do to help R. Kelly right now. He's in court. The evidence is there. The evidence is very apparent. The evidence was actually far more apparent in New York than it was down here. So, you know, for people to act like Robert's being set up or he's being, you know, dealt a raw deal. There's a lot of people who were dealt a raw deal by Robert, and a lot of them were young girls. But when it comes to the point where even his defendants, he's not on trial by himself. His defendants, they can't even, if they tell the truth about the situation, Robert is implicated because he was wrong. It's not that nobody's trying to throw him under the bus. It's that they're asking me the truth about what happened because I'm finna go to jail if I act like I don't know nothing, or, you know, like, so who's dealing him a raw deal? I think it was honestly Robert's actions because he's a pedophile and he's a predator. That's the raw deal.
Yeah, you're right. He a pedophile, but this is the raw deal part, right? This is why I say you got the raw deal, because with the before the Lifetime Survivor R. Kelly, it was business as usual. It was business as usual. So then you got these parents, right? And I mean, like I say, you need to go to jail, but I'm just talking about common sense. I'm talking about smart shit. So you got these parents. They know this man been pissing on girls. The whole world seen this. Why you got your young daughter? Why your daughter's 17? This man 40 and 50. Like, come on. You know, it's to me, it's like this. He fire, right? So you keep gasoline away from fire. You know he fire. I don't care. They say, well, he got off on the tape. Well, he got off in the court of law. Well, have you seen the tape? And then, better yet, if you ain't even seen the tape, the shit he was accused of is enough just for me just to go the other way with my child. See, and then another thing, I'm working. That's why I'm kind of studying. So I'm trying to concentrate. But another thing is that's shaky about everything I'm saying is Reshona Landfair. That's some shaky shit, because how her daddy gonna keep rocking with this man when this man then did this shit to your young daughter? So that make me think like, okay, did he sell? I'm just saying, and leave it open. Did he sell the little girl to R. Kelly? Did he tell the little girl, is it a family thing? Was Sparkle messing with the R. Kelly? And did Sparkle off up the niece and shit and say? I mean, because common sense, if you messing with my daughter, I ain't fucking with you, no. I ain't playing another note. And you going to jail. You ain't even got enough money for me. You paying my daughter off? So that shit messy. I'm just saying, Rob. I just say Rob got a raw deal.
Do you think that makes Robert less guilty?
No, what it do to me is let me know how he got used, because he's sick. He got a problem. Shit, he was born like that. They was born molesting that man. So that man got a problem. That man is sick. Period. Jail, rehab. The man needs some help. I'm not denying none of that shit. All the thing I'm saying, I like his music. That's the only thing I'm saying.
Let me ask you this. If this was your niece or your nephew, do you think you would still be able to listen to the music of the person who violated your daughter, your niece, your nephew? No. Honestly, listen, it's just an honest question.
I'm with you.
Would you be able to listen? Like, they molested, they touched my daughter, my niece, my nephew. But their music is amazing. Would you be able to have that stance?
No, I have to fuck Robert up. You know, I have to fuck him up. But see, that's the point I'm trying to make to you. Why should I quit? If Reshona Landfair daddy didn't quit, he shit the TP3. He was playing bass on fucking Trapped in the Closet. So why should I quit when the daddy that he did it, didn't quit, didn't stop working for him. I'm just saying. I'm just playing devil's advocate. I'm just playing devil's advocate.
You playing devil's advocate, and here go me with mine. You felt like I was Jesus Christ, you are a fucking trip. You know, the devil's advocate.
I'm just saying that shit messy.
So you can't play devil's advocate with your own people, but you can play it with other folks.
Yeah, because it's easy. I ain't got no emotions involved with it then, so it's easy for me to say that.
You one of them you one of them ain't shit niggas that's really upfront about it. And you know what? Honestly, I can appreciate it because it's not like you fucking lying about where your morals lie or where they don't lie.
No, I ain't gonna lie. I'm just keeping it real, just how I feel. It's only my opinion. That's all it is. For real. But I love your show. I love what you're doing. Keep doing what you're doing. I'm gonna have to let you go because I'm gonna have to start making some of this noise, and I don't want to mess up your show. So I gotta keep working, playing this jazz. I'm gonna holler at you, and I'm gonna subscribe to you. And I'm gonna holler at you later on. Thanks for your time.
All right, thank you for calling in. I appreciate you.
Yep.
That was David Thompson, y'all. What the fuck was that? You guys? You fucking guys. Oh, what the I couldn't even get I had a thought. And the thought made sense and I wanted to. But you know what? Honestly, me asking that last thought, it wasn't gonna like change anything in a positive way. He's like, fuck the other people. If it was my people's, I would be concerned and I would have to fuck them up. But if it's other people, I wouldn't. Like, y'all. Woo, child. But you know what? I appreciate the difference of opinions. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why I opened the phone line. You know, I've gotten myself to the point where I can have people call in that don't agree with me, and I don't feel like I need to cuss them out. I just need them to show and tell exactly what and how they feel about the opposite side. And, you know, the comment section of people watching the replay, those are the people that are really gonna. I realize I don't really need to cuss out people or get buck with people because the replay will let people know what they need to know. Oh my God. I can't, that was so unbelievable to me. I can't believe that people think it's okay. Let me move on. Glenn Turner, what's going on?
Hey, y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah.
What's up? What's your feel? What your thoughts?
Okay. I just think he was sick going into the situation.
I'm sorry, what? I missed.
I think R. Kelly was sick going into the situation.
Sick what? I'm sorry, I'm trying to understand.
Can you hear me? Like it's like a delay.
Yeah, I can hear you. I didn't understand the sick part you were talking about.
Can you hear me now?
Mm-hmm.
I think he was sick going into the situation.
Okay. What I mean, like going into what situation? How old? When? What stage?
I mean, like when he was molested.
What's that got to do with what he did to other people?
That's how it works, right?
No, that's not how it always works. Everybody that's molested doesn't turn around and cause that sort of sexual harm, misconduct to other people. No, they don't. And especially not people with money and with access who actually have more money, because you and me, we ain't got the money that Robert had at his peak. So, you know, when it comes to people, you provide less of an excuse for them. When they have money, when they have access, right? They have more of a higher probability of getting the help that they need than a regular everyday person like me and you from the hood. I think your phone might be breaking up. Are you there?
My phone's like 1% right now.
Why would you call it? Where's your charger at?
The point I'm making is like, I got it under control.
You breaking up.
I think there's a lot of things we could talk about here that involve this case other than what it is.
Your phone about to die.
I know that's hard. Right? I know.
I'm trying to understand you, and it really sounds like you're breaking
maybe next
up.
time. Maybe next time.
Maybe
next time we have.
Yeah, because it sounds like you're breaking up a little bit, and I'm not really able to comprehend what you're saying because it's literally going in and out. I'm not trying to be rude or mean to you.
Because I can't hear you either.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be rude or mean to you because I don't mind listening to what you have
Next
to say.
time we have a conversation.
Okay, cool.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Have a good one.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I understand.
All right, cool.
All right. Right.
All right. Let's get into some more. We got 5 people back here that are in line to call in. I'm anxious to hear from y'all. Let's go ahead and take these calls. All right. What we need to do first is honestly drop some pancakes. Give me 120 seconds. I need to let this cat out the room because he's getting on my nerves. Let's go.
So let's see if you really about it. If you've been serious about what you've been saying about wanting to support more Black-owned businesses, here's your chance. I found a spot for us to grab our hats, hoodies, affordable electronics, phone accessories, and gadgets from. It's over on edwersow.com. That's EDWERSOW.com. Grab something for your hubby, your wife. Hey, I ain't encouraging that side chick behavior, but it's just in time for the holidays. So head on over there and grab your AirPod cases, hoodies, and affordable electronics. That's edwersow.com, EDWERSOW.com. And I'll see you over there. It's time to face it, boo. Your product needs more exposure. If you want to see your ad here on my channel, be sure to shoot an email over to yt.theplainestjane@gmail.com and let's chat. But if you're new in my neighborhood here on YouTube, hey, I'm The Plainest Jane and I provide coverage and commentary on trending stories, viral events, and Black culture. I definitely appreciate you stopping through and hitting that subscribe button if you like more of my particular brand of syrup.
And we are back. Let's get into our next caller, who is Vonnie. What is going on? How are you today?
Hey, I'm doing okay.
Great. How do you feel about today's show or what happened today in court? What are your thoughts?
I have a lot of thoughts. I've been following this case since the beginning. I'm like 31, and when I was young, I accidentally came across the tape. So I have skimmed through the tape. It was not what I thought it was. The hood was talking, and they were like, it's this tape of R. Kelly, blah, blah, blah. Me, I'm sneaking around on the net. My parents knew nothing about it. I just wanted to see what everybody was talking about. And I was a child. And I saw that it was a child, and her face has never left my brain this whole time. And it's one thing I want to point out that I feel like a lot of people miss. The abuse is one thing. The action is one thing. But this is resulting in damaged adults who are going on to have more children, and those children reap the effects of what happened to their parents as well. And another important piece of kind of like the conversation is that it's still going on. It is still going on right now. These celebrities are still doing the same thing. I'll just say a quick story. I'm not going to say the artist, but I took my niece to a concert recently, one of her favorite rappers. And, you know, it was a nice bonding experience. After the show, you know, his team was kind of saying he was going to come out and do some autographs or whatever. And I told my niece, oh, let me go get the car out of the parking garage before it closes. Stay right here. Don't move. I'll be right back. She's 17. And, you know, I come back and she's nowhere to be found. And so I start panicking and I'm running around the venue like, where's my niece? Where's my niece? It was another woman there who was like half dressed, ready to see the rapper as well. And she said, oh, do you want to go? Your niece is the little girl who's just standing with you right here? I said, yeah. And she's like, oh, she went behind the gate.
Oh.
And I'm like, what? And so I'm calling her phone, texting her phone, looking for her. And it just so turns out that out of all the women, grown women standing out there at the gate, they came up to my niece and said she could come back. And I went off. I was like, you gonna have to come up from out of there. And I went off on the men. But this was the rapper's team. And I said, did you tell them how old you are? She said, yeah, I told them how old I was. They said it was okay. They gave her a wristband and a VIP pass saying that she was 21. Oh, I got her together and I got them together. But it was scary to realize that this is still going on. You have all of these available grown women who are willing, but you are deliberately targeting a 17-year-old. And that was one of my personal experiences where I was like, this is still going on. This is still going on.
You said you won't name the rapper.
I could. I don't know if you want me to.
I wouldn't mind it at all. I mean, it's all alleged and according to, you know, your experience.
So the rapper's name was Moneybagg Yo.
Ooh.
And his team was apparently Yo Gotti's team. The people who was working with him were the ones that had offered her weed and told her to come sit in the car and was just hyping her head up. And I mean, this was literally in like 5 minutes of me going to get the car and coming back.
That's fucking wild. That's fucking wild. I think it's worth it for you to put things out there like that. And, you know, I appreciate you sharing that here because the more knowledge, the better. Like, imagine if people weren't speaking about R. Kelly and other predators in the music industry and beyond. Nobody would know to like steer clear, stay away, you know, sending those warning signs. That's very important, especially when it comes to Black women. And, you know, if we start spreading the word, like the word started spreading about Trey Songz and different people, we become more aware to you know, protecting ourselves unless you want something, you know, something different. So I think, you know, dialogues like this are really important. It's the same way everybody, I get so many messages from people that live in Chicago. They send me message about the studios Robert used to work. Everybody in Chicago, they know about Robert. They know I don't let my children, I do like blah, blah, blah. And that's a preventative measure. I mean, he's in jail now, but these are people who had these habits and these patterns of avoiding Robert, tips and tricks that they telling their kids about how to avoid Robert, how to not go around Robert, that they had to live by for years. Now he's in jail, and it doesn't mean that, oh, let me stop teaching my kids how to not go around about Robert type people, because you know, there's plenty more Roberts around. They just don't have his name. They different people. You know what I mean? Like, he's not the only person with that sickness. So, you know, I do think that stuff like that is important, whether it be Moneybagg Yo, Yo Gotti, whatever the case is. I think that stuff like that is important.
Yeah, and even after I got them together, when we were in the car on the ride back, you know, she was looking at Instagram and in an active conversation with one of the guys that had brought her behind the gate. So even though I had got them together and got her together, they still managed to add her on Instagram. And so I went and added them on Instagram to show them, oh, hey, I'm here. And one of the guys DM'd me and said, oh, you're that girl's aunt. And I said, yeah, I'm that girl's aunt, just to let you know.
And you know what? That's exactly why I remember going to the Scream tour with Bow Wow, Omarion, IMX, whatever, like years ago when I was in like middle school. And my mother went with me. Wasn't embarrassing, wasn't corny. Hell yes. IMX, Marcus Houston, whatever. It was so embarrassing. However, I was 13 years old and I loved Bow Wow and I loved B2K and but my mother did not allow me. She did not. And I feel like she was strict. Yes, she was strict. She was overbearing. That's a whole nother story for another day. However, where it paid off in some instances. However, when it comes to the concert thing, I can't say I'm upset about it. Her accompanying me to the concert. I remember I went to the concert and IMX, Marcus Houston or whatever, they got this song. You know, IMX was a part of it. And it was called like My First Time. Mind you, I hadn't done anything yet, but like My First Time came out. Raise your hand if you remember my first time. Your first. He told everybody to raise their hand if they remember when they lost their virginity, basically. And it was based off the song. I just raised my hand because it's a fucking concert. I'm raise my hand. My mother like literally knocks the shit out me at the concert. Like whatever. Like just like mild embarrassing shit at a concert. And yeah, I felt embarrassed at 13 that I couldn't even just raise my hand. No, it didn't mean that I was having sex. It just meant that I wanted to do with everybody. But you know, she was there with me at concerts. I'd never got traffic. You know. And I feel like that could have happened. I was a very awkward looking young girl. Like I'm cute now, but I was young, light skinned, really big eyes, big lips that I hadn't grown into yet. I could have definitely been taken. I appreciate the overbear, although I disapprove of so much that my mother had that she did to me. I do approve of her making sure that if I lived under her roof, and I moved out as soon as I was 18, that if I went to a concert, especially if it was boy oriented, that she was there. I was never by myself. And so I couldn't imagine being 13 at a concert by myself because my mother was always, and I was always so aloof that even going back on it, if I could redo it, I would have had her there because I mean, like when I tell you, it could have been my nails, my phone, I would have been so aloof. I mean, like I could have easily been kidnapped. So I do appreciate that strict amount, but you know, like nonetheless, like in this day and age with concerts, it's like, I don't know how the parents do it. They're 16. They want to go by themselves. Is 16 that age where you should go? You know, I get some, and I remember having friends at that age who went to concerts by themselves.
Me
and
too.
You know, and you can sometimes feel jealous of those friends, but at the same time, it's like, I'm glad. As much as I disapprove of so much of my, I'm glad that I wasn't one of them 16-year-olds at a concert by myself, a male concert at that. Not to say that it couldn't happen at an Ashanti concert, but sometimes the overbearing nature of a parent, it can be beneficial. It can be beneficial.
Yeah, I remember I had very strict parents. I was actually homeschooled like my entire life up until college. But so my parents, they kept a tight rein. It was 6 girls. So, you know, they kept a tight rein on us. But I remember being so upset that my mom wouldn't let me go to concerts by myself because I remember that my friends was also going to concerts by themselves. But now that I'm older and I look back, I'm like, it was just so dangerous. So dangerous on so many levels. And I'm still a big concert goer. I go to concerts all the time. But it gets weird. It can get very weird with these meet and greets, with these, you know, oh, I'm coming out after the show. I'm going to answer, you know, sign autographs, stuff like that. Stuff gets weird. And a lot of the time, it's not the artists themselves that are out here putting their face in front of it. They have people doing this for them. They have people bringing them these girls a lot of the time.
And that's what Robert had. That's the part that
Exactly.
makes it so. You know, he had people picking them out, people that he had his associates picking out from the crowd. Like that was their job. Disgusting, trifling.
Yeah, and I saw it myself firsthand. So if I wasn't a believer then, I was even more one after.
It is. Well, look, I appreciate you calling through. I got a couple more callers to get through. Before I get off here, eat a little bit of something, go to sleep.
Yep, I'm about to take it in myself.
I do appreciate it. Hopefully we get a verdict tomorrow. And let me tell you this, I appreciate you calling in, and I feel like you have amazing conversation. You know what? Whether we do or we don't get a verdict tomorrow, just please call in tomorrow. I'm hoping we get a verdict tomorrow. But if we don't, I would hope that you would be able to call in tomorrow as well to give your opinion on the closing testimony, et cetera, et cetera.
Got it.
Awesome.
I'll be there. Thank
I look
you.
forward to you, friend of the show. No problem.
All right. Good night, y'all.
Good night. Apple juice, bitch. Oh, hold on, wait. Apple juice. What's going on? I've been waiting. Let me tell you, I really love apple juice, so that's the reason why I love you already. I don't even know who you is or what you about, but apple juice is like literally one of the most favorite juice. I drink apple juice. What's going on, apple juice? What you got to say?
Oh man, how you doing, Jane?
I'm good. Thank you for asking. I see you in the chat all the time, and you crack me up. What are your thoughts?
Well, I just wanted to talk about the last two, not the Vonnie, but the two guys. I don't understand why they be always trying to use that as an excuse because he was abused. I was abused too when I was young. And you don't see me going around sleeping with no youngins and stuff like that, or, you know, molesting kids. Like, I just don't understand why that's always an excuse. Like, I just, and like, then he's like saying something about the black community, how we kept supporting them. I didn't support him. After I found out about all that, I was like, yeah, I'm good. Like, even though I was young when that video came out, but as I got older and seeing that all of that was true, why am I going to keep supporting that?
Yeah. I mean, once you get older, when it came to R. Kelly, it was like such a shock for me because I was in elementary school and I was first exposed to him.
Right.
Like his music in itself. So trying to understand, like, what you mean? Like, you mean like the man that sang The World's Greatest? You mean the man that sang, Braid My Hair? You mean the man that sang the graduation song? What is it? I Believe I Can Fly that a lot of people. Like, you mean the graduation song, man? Like, and nobody was walking us through that understanding.
Right.
We had to hear, our parents weren't like, hey, I know you be hearing or listening to I Believe I Can Fly. I know it was playing, but this man, like, you had to find it out on your own. And it's like, what? And then you got to deal with these songs being stuck in your head, because I'm telling you, like, this is a song played in elementary, middle school. I don't think it was played in child high school graduation. We wasn't worried about it. I don't think there was any music like that. But, between elementary and middle school, it was like there was no parent. And I feel like our parents were wrong. Here's the thing. I should make a whole video on it in itself about how I feel like our parents were wrong when it comes to Robert, because they knew about him. His name was the Pied Piper.
Right.
His name was the Pied, and our parents let us listen to that.
Right.
And
knowing the little, story of what it actually means. Like, I never got that. Like,
and I get it. Like, that generation, they let a lot of stuff slide. You could even maybe told them about your uncle doing something. But it's like, his name is literally Pied Piper. Here's the thing when it comes to the Pied Piper and the commonalities between any Pied Piper story. Like, the Pied Piper for our parents was Mother Goose and Green Eggs and Ham for us nowadays. The Pied Piper, he was based on deceit. They hired him for a job. He deceit. And he lured all the children out the town based off of music. They had a rat infestation rodent issue. And the thing about it was they hired the Pied Piper to come get the rodents. Well, come to find out, he took the rodents and he took all the kids, and the parents never saw their kids again.
Right after that.
So it's like his thing was he had deceit based off of music. Oh, well, because I'm singing, they don't really realize I'm taking their kids. It take them a little while, 1, 2, 3 days, 3 weeks later, to realize I done stole your kids. That's what the Pied Piper story is all about. Like, that's our parents' Mother Goose and shit. And they let us listen to, because they're used to pushing stuff under the rug. Like that, I find it to be a little crazy. I feel like our parents, and not to say that they're responsible for like what's going on in court, but I'm like, y'all push so much stuff aside. Y'all act like, because nowadays you call yourself the what Piper, and we're hypersensitive to that type of stuff nowadays. But our parents, they didn't do the best job of because literally the story of the Pied Piper, it's not even like they took the Pied Piper and he left out of that city or that town. And the kids were never seen again. The parents were upset. They were in distress. So there's a whole fairy tale about somebody using music and deceit and a false promise. Listen, music, deceit, and a false promise, and people never saw their kids again. The similarities between Robert is all of these girls and these people is, oh, I can make your daughter a star. Oh, she can sing, or she want to perform, or I can make her. And Joycelyn, when she first went in with Robert, it was, I can sing or whatever. We ain't never heard no music from Joycelyn.
Right.
We heard music from Azriel. You get into Sparkle and her niece, they were musically inclined. So obviously there was some sort of a promise or whatever is going on with, oh, I can help you or I can mentor. But that false promise based, I can use this music and I can solve your problems. And that's what the Pied Piper was about. Even when we talk about the fairy tale, I can use this music, I can solve your problems. Oh, you got rats? Oh, I can play my flute and I can get these rats out your town. He got the rats out their town and he got the kids that were never seen again out his town. So he used that music as a deceitful tactic to gain access to what them people felt like was disposable or what they weren't going to be able to catch up to, like in that matter of time. And they never saw that shit again. Our parents let us fall victim to a nigga who literally named himself after that fairy tale, where he used music as a deceitful tactic and a deceitful measure, where these people never saw what they valued the most ever again. And our parents ain't say it, like, even nowadays, like, I'm a millennial, but you would think with all this R. Kelly stuff, I would have like a parent or aunt or something that would be like, yeah, right. They don't talk about molestation when it comes to that day. But we see, because look, we talk a lot, and I make sure I'm like, listen, we gonna have these conversations. I'm gonna talk. We talk about it. Them, they act like it's taboo, like they can't talk about it.
Like it's a secret hidden
I
thing.
blame them. I blame them. I do.
And it's sad. Like, we gotta start as a community. We gotta start opening up and speaking on stuff like that. Like, and that's why I was saying about the guy he was talking. He just wasn't making no sense at all. I was just shaking my head, and I'm like, you won't mess with R. Kelly if he was doing it to your kids, but if it was because it's somebody else's, it don't matter.
Hello, I'm like, yo, somebody really called in and said that, and I'm like, if it was your kid, yeah, if it was my kid, yeah, you should be, it's just a matter of letting people like that talk, and right. Honestly, it's a matter. I feel the reason why it's important, because I could easily cuss people out like that, and get my shock value points off based off of that, right?
But and you had me weak when you was like,
I could cuss them out. I could hang up. I could do whatever. But the fact of the matter is, because it would be funny as hell if I hung up on people like that. I would hit the click button. I would roast them. I would roast their logic. I would whatever. But the fact of the matter is, people need to understand. that there are people like this who really exist, and you need to protect yourself. There are people that feel like this is okay because it's entertainment to me. It ain't my niece, it ain't my nephew, so I don't give a fuck. So this is funny, it's entertainment, and I still want to sing to his music because it ain't my people's. I feel like people need to understand that there's this fucked up mentality out here, and that's why I've tried to get better with letting people who I don't agree with, who clearly support Robert, letting them have a spot on my platform, because people need to understand, like, yo, these people exist. They don't give a fuck about you. They think it's funny. They think it's cute. They think it's entertainment for them.
Right.
Let me let them talk, and the people understand. You know, it's it's disgusting. It takes a certain amount of self-control, but it's unfortunate that sort of existence is there. It really is.
It is. And like you said, you just gotta let them talk themselves into dumbness, because they not making no sense, and I know they not making no sense. Like,
I mean, they think they are, and that's the funny part. That's the part where I get a little. It becomes a little funny, because it's like, you really think you? So what you think? And they be talking and be like, "Damn, you really think you making sense?" That shit
right? You really thought you ate with that comment? Like,
it's a little funny.
It is. It really is. That's why I'm like, I had to call in to say that, because it was just like, they always be making excuses. It's always, oh, he was abused, he need to get help, other people should have got him help. First off, you gotta help yourself.
Hello,
you
can't make.
you
You can
need
lead
help.
them to the water. You can't make them drink. Come on, how old are we?
Right.
He didn't want no help. He got shot.
He a
got
grown
shot.
man, bro. You can't make no grown man get help. He has to want it. He has to want to seek help. Like, he knew what he was doing was wrong. He didn't care.
That's exactly what it is.
He did not care. When he got that first trial, the very first trial, when they let that go, that's when he should have got help. That's when he should have said, you know what, my demons is eating at me. Let me go get help. But he didn't. He chose to continue what he was doing because he did not care. I'm like, that's crazy. Like, we can't keep making excuses for these artists. Anybody, just in general. Like, we can't keep making excuses for that. Like, it's frowned upon.
That's the truth. Look, I appreciate you calling in. We working through. I got to get to bed soon. We got 1, 2, 3 more callers to get through, and it'll be a good night. But look, apple juice. I appreciate you calling in, because you are my favorite drink. I swear to God.
I know, I love me some apple juice on the rocks. You hear me?
And on the rocks, some people be like, "Oh, that make it so." No, it does not water it down.
No, it doesn't.
It's nothing like cold apple juice. There's nothing
fresh, cold,
like that.
iced apple juice. But I just wanted to tell you real quick, I love your show, and I love you and Leo. Like, you doing your thing, sister. You doing your thing. Keep doing it.
No problem. Thank you so much. I hope you have an amazing week, and I'll see you tomorrow. And we'll see what go on with the rest of the closing arguments and the beginning of the jury deliberation.
Oh, yes, ma'am. I will be here. I will definitely be here. Thank you for letting me talk.
No problem. Have a good night.
You too.
All right. Bye. Miss Mary Moore. All dressed in. No, I'm joking. Miss Mary Moore, what's going on?
Hi, Plaintiff Jane. First of all, I want to say that I'm a supporter of your channel, and I know I had left a comment, and I think it was kind of taken the wrong way. Let me start. And I do have a deep voice, y'all. I am a female, so
I have a deep voice too. That's not a problem. No shame.
I'm on my channel, but this YouTube thing ain't easy. But anyway, I am not a supporter of R. Kelly and what he did. However, I do listen to his music still. And I have mixed feelings. I've been lately, like you say in all your videos, make sure you take care of your mental stuff first before you dibble and dabble in other people's stuff. And that's very important. So I've been watching your channel since last year when the first trial went on. And I appreciate what you do. However, you know, I'm not for bashing Black men, you know, and I'm not trying to excuse what R. Kelly has done. However, I think it's a little drastic how throughout history, every successful Black man, they pin this on. And before I say he's guilty, he's did this, he's done that, I'm going to get all the facts straight. And I'm going to check and see how Mary feels about the situation before I start throwing stones at glass houses. That's all I was trying to say in my comment. And then I'm a parent too. And I feel like those parents should be held accountable and held to some type of, legal stuff too.
They should be held to a standard. Yeah.
And that's all I was trying to say. And I noticed some of my comments might come off as I'm a pea hiver or whatever. I'm not big on titles and stuff like that. I'm just Miss Mary Moore. Okay. And I call it where I see it. Now, the fact that they're taking this man trying to take his money and stuff, that's a little extreme. Did they take Harvey Weinstein's money? Did they come after his wealth? No.
Did he have all that money sitting in his commissary account?
Huh?
Did he have all that money sitting in his commissary account?
I'm not sure. I don't keep up with all that stuff.
It's the difference. And for me, I'm not for, be lenient on the Black man because the Black predator, because that's what it is. Be lenient on the Black predator because the white predator didn't catch all of this flack. Like that's not. I feel like that's what I'm saying. Like that's a wrong way to approach.
No.
Hold on. I feel like that's the wrong way to approach the situation. Is people feel like because the non-colored folks get a lesser sentence that the Black predators should get. A predator is a predator is a predator, and all of them deserve the extreme.
Right.
They deserve the book to be thrown at them. Period. So if a white man that they want to compare to a Black man gets sentenced to 12 years, whereas Robert gets sentenced to 30, and people feel like, oh, that's unfair. I don't feel like Robert should get sentenced to 12 years because of a white man. I feel like the white man needs to be resentenced and sentenced to his 30 years because a predator is a predator.
A predator is a predator. I agree with you on that.
And so I don't think that we should take it easy, or the bar isn't based on, like, at what point do we start saying, you know what, the white people doing it like that, let's do that. The only thing that us Black folk can compare the white bar and the Black bar is how they stay on code, and we don't. However, people try to use that, oh, stay on code with the Black man, oh, you saying all this about the Black man, you're not on code, you trying to tear him down. I'm not trying to tear him down. And the thing about the Black community or whatever is they take accountability as an attack. I'm not adding sauce. I'm not sitting here acting like Robert is gay, or I'm trying to make fun, like make stuff up. That's what adding sauce is. But when it comes to what Robert has done, nobody has set him up.
No.
He set himself up.
He did. He did that. Tapes and all. What I'm saying is, are there white trials being, plastered all over YouTube? No, it's secret. And I'm not saying
that the Weinstein trial was definitely plastered, and I can say that the Weinstein trial was plastered all around this joint. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. The difference is you got to think about it. See, we be in our community talking about, what about the white community? Like, we know Robert. All of us know Robert. It makes it easy for us to talk about it.
True.
His music, his influence. We don't know them white people and them white. What do Black people know Harvey Weinstein for before this shit came up?
Nothing.
For us to even have Harvey in our mouths like that. And sometimes it gets to the point where Black people be like, they get tired of white people. They get tired of non-Black people covering their stories. And I see it. They tell white people and non-Black people to mind their fucking business because they only want Black people talking about Black people issues. That's a whole nother conversation. It's halfway wrong and it's halfway right. Mm-hmm. However, we can't have it all ways. We can't say white people, non-Black people, mind your business, stay out of our business. And then when it comes to the Black people who really support news and really support information in our community, then we're upset that they're covering Black stories and they Black. I'm Black. I'm not mixed. But both my parents Black as hell. I look, you know what I'm saying? Like, so it's not, and then here's the thing. They try to play every side of the fence. Some of us, I'm not saying you, but some of us. They try to tell me, how come you're not covering the white people? How
because
come you're not covering the white pedophiles? How come you're not? And the fact of the matter is, I do talk about white pedophiles. I talk about all types of pedophiles because all of them fucking disgust me. I don't care what color you are. But the fact of the matter is, you'll end up running yourself ragged as a reporter and as a person in the Black community. Okay, they don't want non-Black, and I've even had people who are friends of mine who aren't Black covering Black stories, and in the sake of Black justice, I mean, like in the sake of Black people who have been the victim of sexual misconduct. And you'll have somebody say something like, "Oh, this person ain't Black. They shouldn't be talking about our community." Okay, cool. If y'all really want to act like non-Black people can't talk about our community, fine. Here I am talking about Robert. It's not okay what Robert did. Then it's, well, Jane, how come you ain't talking about the white community? How come you ain't talking about the white pedophiles? It's like they continue to move the goalpost because it's deflection at its finest. That's what it is.
I hear what you're saying, Plaintiff Jane. But throughout history, like I said, it's been known. They've done, you name a Baha'i Black celebrity. They've tried to pin this. And they try to make examples out of the Black man. They've been doing this since slavery. You know, Chris Brown.
Trying to make an example and actually having an example.
Well,
totally different things.
True. Okay. I stand corrected on some things, and it was my pleasure speaking to you. I just wanted to kind of get that out there. So when people see me in the chat, your mods and stuff, I don't want them to attack me because I'm very open. Communication, a lot of things can be fixed with that, and I'm one of the people that if you come at me with facts, I will definitely, reassess how I'm thinking, so I don't ever want to come off as argumentative or disrespectful or anything. That is never my MO. So I do.
No, I appreciate you because a lot of people because my stance is automatically it's Robert's guilty. And then you'll find people who call in and they disagree with me and they can't even have like a basic conversation of disagreements without like being rude or mean. So I appreciate you the fact that we didn't agree on every point, but we still had a respectable conversation.
Right.
Nobody called nobody. We attacked the argument and not the person.
Exactly.
And so I'm grateful for that. And you added to my platform. This is a video that's going to sit. This is actually an exchange that I don't feel the need to edit out. So it's respectful. It's respectful as ever. And so I appreciate you calling in and us having that, because there are going to be some people that watch the video and they don't agree with me. They're going to agree with you. You know what I mean? So everybody's not going to agree with me. And I don't mind expanding my platform to the point where I don't have an echo chamber. So there will be plenty of people who come through here and they agree with you and they won't agree with me. And I appreciate you for just making it, easy for us to have a difference of opinion without having to tear one another down or call one another names or yell or any craziness.
I'm not totally on the fence with R. Kelly. Like in the comments, you know what I'm saying? I had said everybody's family has some Roberts in them, and we tend to sweep that under the rug. Well, if we're going to go after R. Kelly because he's R. Kelly, let's go after everybody. We're going
to go after everybody. The difference is everybody don't have the name of R. Kelly. Like, let's say tomorrow I make the same mistake Beyonce make tomorrow. Let's say that. Say that. I make the same mistake. Beyonce might do some shit tomorrow and I do the same shit. Me and Beyonce going to catch a different flack. Beyonce gonna get more videos than me. We did the same thing, but I'm not no fucking Beyonce. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have that visibility. I don't have that notoriety. I didn't win the Grammys. I didn't win and that's the difference. That's the difference. I could point out the random pedophiles in Baltimore. I could pull up the sex offender registry and all that other stuff. I could pull that up every day and read random fucking names from it every day. It's never going to ring the same as me reading R. Kelly stuff, and it's not going to ring the same, and it's not going to tell the same story and be as impactful as letting people know as to the dangers out here. Hey, John Smith over here in Baltimore, how it's going to be difficult to get people in and to understand what and how John Smith did and how you can avoid the situation that John Smith put his victim in, as opposed to letting people know the situation that R. Kelly put his victims in, because everybody knows him. That's the difference.
Got me the other night when you said yeah, R. Kelly needed some help, but his money could have got him way better help than any regular person. I said, you know what? Points were made. Points were made. People love and that man needed help. He just needs help. He needs jail time and help. And like you said, he had all the resources that our little regular dollars can't get us. So there's no excuse. There's really no excuse for it.
Yeah, it is. It's no excuse, and that's how you know he really didn't want the help. This man was a millionaire. If he had the money to pay his accountant $1.3 million in 1 year, that means he made at least 10 million in that year. Not to mention all of the other surrounding years. He didn't want help. He felt like he could evade accountability from what he did. So
and he wasn't honestly that, like you said, he might, his intelligence quotient, his IQ might be low, literally, like in a literary sense, but it's heightened other places, and you can see that it is because of how he had this whole organization and people complying to what he wanted.
The whole octopus.
That takes an intelligent person to think that through. So I no longer feel sorry for him, because like you said, that takes some type of smarts. He wasn't that stupid, So I stand corrected. I'm still on the fence because I grew up listening to R. Kelly. Tonight the topic was concerts. My mom straight up told me hell no. And looking back, and I don't mind sharing how old I am. I'm 35. Around this stuff was going on, I remember hearing about the tapes. I was in high school. I was a freshman in high school, and people was joking, talking about, hey, you want to watch this R. Kelly tape? And I was like, no, because I had that type of mom that was a no nonsense, God fearing type of mother, and she was strict. But at the same time, she trusted me enough to let me do certain things. And I was a pretty good kid, never had a record, I didn't start dating until I was a senior in high school, so, that's how I know that parents have to play a role in what their kids are doing. And I want to start, holding these parents accountable. I want to see more comments where people are holding these parents, aunties, whoever, these guardians, these adults that knew more accountable.
A lot of them. It's a lot of them, believe it or not. And honestly, I agree. I agree. I absolutely agree. Again, it doesn't alleviate, and that's a lot of R. Kelly's clan. They like what about the parents? The parents should be in jail and not Robert. It's not that the parents should be in jail and not Robert, because regardless, you can serve your child up on a silver platter.
They still go.
The perpetrator is still wrong. The person the adult who accepts that is still wrong. And that's just the bottom line. But look, I appreciate you calling in. I got a couple more callers to get into so that we can wrap this thing up.
All right. Well, pet Leo for me, and I'll be watching your channel. Thank you, Plaintiff Jane.
I will. No problem. Thank you very much. All right, so we got two more. Shout out to Tara Montgomery for the $9.99 super chat. I appreciate you so much. We got two more people to call in. Okay, we got my CC. Hopefully they hear me, and of course we got our regular Dawn calling in. So what I need to do is I need to go check on the cat and make sure he's all right. So I'm gonna pay my sponsor 120 seconds, no time at all. Okay. And then we're going to bring the both of them on the panel at one time. We'll have a little 20 minutes total. And then we will be wrapping that thing up. Okay. Does that make sense? Does everyone hit thumbs up and all that other stuff? My CC and Don P are the last two callers that we're going to have of this evening. I don't have room or time for any other callers. I'm so sorry. For anybody else backstage or anybody that wants to call in, I just don't have the time. Okay. I love y'all so much. Our last two callers are calling in. Drop some pancakes. We'll be right back to wrap up the show.
The plainest Jane. This is one of my favorite comments here. She says, I loves me some black, and she said, loves me some black news. She says, is it just me, or does anyone else get tired of seeing people that don't look like them delivering info about them day in and day out?
So wait a minute, you ain't joined the channel yet so that you can access special perks over here with the plainest Jane?
Rolex on your wrist, a plain Jane.
Ooh, watch this. Hey, I'm the plainest Jane. I'm a cultural commentator and informant, and I provide sticky coverage on trending stories, black news, Black culture, and everyday topics with a sticky, abstract perspective. So get familiar with the perks. I've carefully curated all of these things, and it's just a little exclusive glaze to amplify the way that you express yourself. So get comfortable, get used to our official emoji over here. That is the pancake stack, because it's always sticky in Hollywood and in real life, and especially when you spend the time over here with the plainest Jane. Like I said, I hope you enjoy the exclusive glaze that I've provided for you to amplify the way you express yourself, and I hope you enjoy the digital vibe. Hey, listen, I always want you to keep it sticky, but be sure to think critically and independently, regardless of what you hear from me or anybody else. But most importantly, I hope that you're feeling all right, and hopefully you've had some time to tackle some of your invisible problems. I know I got a couple of new subscribers, and I just want to say thank y'all. I really do appreciate you. And if you're not quite feeling all right, this channel right here, once you join, it's going to help you kick back and decompress always, but it'll also keep you in the know with what's happening with the best Black news, celebrity entertainment, and a splash of controversy. So again, get comfortable. The first drink is on me, all right? Act like you got some sense, and I'll see you around. But don't forget to keep it sticky 24/7 by following me on Instagram, but hit that notification bell so that you always know when I upload and you get your dose of syrup first. Now, with all that stickiness being said, the most important thing I want you to remember about this neck of the woods and the plainest Jane is Black Lives Matter. And if you don't agree,
buy pumpkin. That would take you out. I don't play that shit.
Now you gotta go for real.
It's just that simple. Hey, look, whether you join or not, I do want you to stay beautiful, Black, and blessed. And just know I appreciate your support. I'm your girl, the plainest Jane. And let's see what's happening in these virtual streets. You ready? All right now. This could be a crazy ride. I'm warning you now. All right, now we are back. All right. The cat wanted to come in, but he didn't want to come in, but he wanted to come in, but he didn't want to come in. And I just don't have time for his mess. Let's get our two callers in here. My CC, who was on here earlier, and Don P. How are you? What are your thoughts?
Are we both? Am I muted or is he muted? Are we both muted? Okay, I'm here. Okay.
You're good. He's muted. I think he will have to. Oh, wait, hold on.
There he goes.
He's unmuted. He's good. Okay.
Don P, let's hear from you because I want to address Mr. Thompson. But come on, Don P, let's see what you have to say.
Ladies first.
Oh, okay. Well, sir, I appreciate that very much. Okay, first I wanted to say to Mr. Thompson, who was up here earlier, that, yeah, fact, the children were failed by their parents. Okay, let's just leave that right there. The parents they weren't a good steward of their children. Okay, let's leave that right there. However, the moment a person comes of age or into the realization that they are a victim or have been a victim, they are to be validated at that very moment. And we are not to look back from that. Mm-hmm. That is the point I'm making here, regardless of the failures of their parents, because children look to the parent, of course, to be their protectors, their shield from the outside world, from things coming to harm them, and they fail them. But when that child realize and become of age and realize they have been a victim and been victimized, all that other bullshit, it goes out the window. Okay, that child is now saying, as an adult young Black woman, our sisters are saying we were violated by this man. And sometimes we don't see in that situation if it's wrong until we come to realization that it was wrong. Because a lot of parents don't have that mindset of, okay, just do what you got to do. No, they may not have wanted to do it. You know what I'm saying? The parents may have created that, lull them as well. Like, hey, just go ahead on, play along. We don't know that. But for right now, those young women are saying, I'm crying out. I'm letting you know this happened to me, and that should be validated. We should not cloud it with other bullshit about what the parents felt them. No, well, now I'm a woman today and I've been violated, and sir, you hurt me. And whatever justice that is and what it looks like, let it prevail. And that's that. So Let's kill the bullshit about the parents. But I mean, yeah, the parents too, but let's kill that shit right now today. The girls are hurt. They've been victimized. Let's give them justice. That's what this is all about. And this is what it shall remain about. Okay? Thank you.
I agree. Don, what you think?
Well, I got 3 points. And first off, I think your other guest is 100% right. In California, not just for sexual incidences, shall we say, because I put that word out first, and then it was like, oh boy, I need to regroup on the second word. Not only for those, but things that happened to you when you were underage and you basically had no control over your life, which i.e. you had lack of consent. As an adult, when you turn 18, you can go back and redress those things, and it doesn't matter how old you were. You could have been 6 or 7 years old when it happened. And then California just enacted a new law that allows you to go way back on particular incidences as it relates to the topics that we're talking about, shall we say. 100%, I agree that if you were a victim of that and you were a victim of that, then yes, you have 100% rights to be redressed. So that's the first point that I wanted to make. And I believe you should get your money. And I don't care if it's a recording artist or if it's a religious organization. You should be able to go get your bread. Because that ain't, man, we can't even talk about the psychological damages. So let's land the plane on that point. Second point. Trying to decide which one I want to do first. Okay, let me do the music industry. If you've never been truly in the music industry, i.e., you jumping on them buses and whatnot, jumping on planes and all that other stuff, if you haven't done that, and all you've ever done is gone to concerts, sit down and shut up. That the caller that you had on before them, or was she on after them brothers? I mean, she was on after them brothers, and she was talking about an experience. Yes, exactly. Exactly. And it ain't just there. It just ain't in concerts. It's at after parties. It's at in stores. It's at whatever. Ooh, damn.
Hollywood lifestyle?
Huh?
What you talking about? The Hollywood lifestyle?
I'm talking about the entertainment industry lifestyle. It ain't just music.
Mm-hmm.
You see, oh damn. Even me at my level, I'm like, oh damn. And it's like, who is you? Well, I'm X, Y, and Z. And yeah, I'm the merch guy. I got all the merch. You want this? You want that?
You want to sell shit.
Oh, so you the hold on? What they called it? Hold on, you the
I'm the merch dude.
What they call it? Hold on. The T-shirt. Like no, I'm joking.
You know what? Hey, Jane. Try to downplay, dude. But check this out.
That's why I said I ain't even gonna lie. I was joking. I was like, why they downplaying my? That's not my homie. But I was like,
you go out and gross 100.
talentless, tactless T-shirt man. You mean to tell me you wanted a talentless, tactless T-shirt man? That's what you is.
Hazel E, I'm
Let me-
laughing over here.
Let me give you the range, Jane. Let me give you the range. Art, is a platinum selling artist, right?
Wait, who?
I'm Genuine.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you
Genuine
talk about Genuine all the time. Are you helping him understand the bullying aspect?
Jane, I'm trying to give you a comparison.
I get it. I'm gonna
Okay.
let you know.
Okay. R. Kelly's platinum selling, right? And that's his merch manager, right?
Mm-hmm.
Genuine is gold, not platinum.
Mm-hmm.
We get $170,000 in 6 weeks in merch. What do you think R. Kelly's doing?
He's sitting there in that cell trying to barter them brownies.
He's not insignificant, but that wasn't the point I was going with. The point was, hey, from the merch dude all the way up to the main artist, it's getting thrown out there.
What's getting thrown out there, sir?
Like, listen, you may make
The
a select
invitation
pick.
to come let me do some freaky things to you?
If the person's about it, right? But see, I don't play them other games. See, I'm straight legit. I don't play them games. If you understand what I'm
A
saying.
child cannot be about it, sir. What does that mean?
You're not. I'm sorry. I'm on too many places on the internet where I speak in code, and if you can't pick up the code, I'm sorry.
Well, I got
because I'm not. I don't.
You're just trying to sell some T-shirts. Okay.
Let me
into that.
Let me say this about the code. Let me say this about the code. I feel like I feel like I understand why you speak in the code, and honestly, I feel like I know why it makes sense that you speak in the code. But there are some people who speak in a certain code that's similar because they know people like you speak in the code, and a lot of people interpret that to be a lie, right? Like a lot of people feel like that's cat. A lot of people feel like it's cat, and it's not that it's your cat. It's that you're not saying any names. You're not saying, who, when, what. So it leads people to believe that it's and it's not you. Like I said, it's like I said. I understand why you speak in cat, but other people speak in very vague, in a very vague manner, and so that leads people to not believe what you're saying because there are so many people speaking very vaguely, if that makes sense.
Okay, so I try to speak as directly as I can without compromising myself, because I done had too many channels deleted.
How many channels you had deleted?
Yeah, I haven't even produced anything yet. So
how many channels you had deleted?
Channels to be protected, and so I'm going to come into my
question.
Respect and not say things that would get them strikes or whatever, because it can hit them on.
Here's the thing. This is definitely my channel, and I'm asking you a question. If you don't want to answer it, that's cool. How many channels have you had that have been deleted?
I had one channel that was deleted, and then I don't know if you understand this language. Unable to access.
Unable to access.
So I have several of those. Unable to access. So basically, they blocked me from accessing those channels. But I had one that was out now, just deleted. My original channel. So
So you don't really know how many channels you had deleted?
I had one channel deleted, and I have several channels that I cannot gain access to. Does that make sense?
Was it because of what you were talking about?
People I knew in the industry, and I went in on their ass. One of them is an EVP for YouTube. I talked about his ass bad. and that channel then they got taken down.
Well, that's not going to stop us talking about R. Kelly and his bullshit. I mean, that's public knowledge. So we don't have to talk in code. But if you're saying that the same actions are taking place at every venue that there is, whether it be entertainment or otherwise, then let's just say that and be clear. But let's just also.
I think she just lost service. I think she lost service. But the thing that really piqued my interest with what you said was that you lost several channels. And I'm like, dang, what you be talking about? What you be doing that you be losing channels? So now you hold on.
Until I learned. I didn't know there was no rule.
Wait, hold on. It's a whole bunch of static going on. My whole thing is you saying that you done lost several channels and you be on my channel talking sometimes. And I'm like, am I putting myself at risk to lose my shit based on inviting you on mine? You know what I mean? Like, it's a matter of me protecting myself. So it's, I know you, listen, here's the thing, Dawn. I know that you like to talk about what you like to talk about. However, I don't want my channel as, and honestly, I'm open to hearing anything that you are about, but I'm not open to losing my shit based off of whatever it is that you're talking about. And you're saying that you have lost a channel or two based off of the way you talk or what it is that you talk about. And Dawn, I'm not interested in that. I do enjoy having you as a friend of the show. I've even had people comment like, yo, he's trying to be a co-host. And I'm like, you know what? Like, it's whatever. But, I'm not interested in you trying to, not you trying to, because it's not that you have to try to. Whatever it is that you speak about, I can't have that, getting into what it is that I do.
Dang, let me ask you a question. Have you had a learning curve?
I've always had learning curves.
Okay, so I had a learning curve on my original platform that I launched. It was just a personal one, right? But it was one that I had subscriptions to, just like, on your channel. And we go in on some deep conversations. And one of these conversations happened to be about one of these particular groups and one particular person. And unfortunately, that individual is linked to this organization.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something, Dawn. I really don't give a fuck. I really don't give a fuck what the fuck you talking about, who the fuck you talking about. I don't care who it is that helped you get shit disconnected or whatever the case is. It ain't got nothing to do with me. It ain't got nothing. And when I tell you, I typically am a very curious person. It ain't got shit to do with me. So I don't care about who or what it was that got you to that momentum that happened. It's none of my business. And honestly, I don't want it to be none of my business. I don't give a fuck.
The point that I was making was it was a learning curve. So now when I'm on the air, whether I'm on what I'm doing or I'm on someone else's platform, I'm very careful in how I craft my speech. And that was my point.
I appreciate that. I ain't trying to make you feel bad. I'm just trying to help you understand, the way that I roll when it comes to what I allow on my shit. And, for me, when it comes to what I do and what I don't allow, is sometimes people want to explain shit to you, and at the end of the day, you still not gonna care, you're not gonna give a F.
No, you and everybody else. And the thing is this: have I said anything on your channel that could possibly, compromise?
No, you wouldn't say anything that will compromise my channel. You say stuff that irritates people, which I find to be its own level of entertainment. But you don't say anything that bothers me, in my opinion. But you just let me know that you, that you be fucking around with people and things.
I'm learned in the social media thing that you can say things that can get you taken down. And the thing about, I don't want nobody, I'm not trying to harm nobody else. And so that's why I said I'm very careful when I come on somebody else's platform and what I say. So you'll say things that I really feel, and you and I might talk about it later. But I will say them because I know how these motherfuckers roll. That's all I'm saying. And it's like you get an education and you either learn or you become a dumbass and you keep repeating mistakes, and you not only wreaking havoc to yourself, but everybody else you come around. Last point I wanted to make was those men that came on. Stick in my head. Because they really.
You mean the ones that was supporting Robert?
The ones that came on before the sister that was talking about her experience, which I was saying that, yeah, y'all better pay attention because it's a lot of stuff that goes on in these things. But at any rate, on to them because we're done with that one.
Do you recognize? Let me just ask you real quick because I know you like to argue with some of the people in the chat who dislike you, who be ready to fight. Do you, and I know you be responding in the comments because I see it sometimes. Are you familiar with Troll Farm Buggy?
Oh, so that man or person, I don't even know what that is, but his handle was correct. He definitely comes from a troll farm and he rides in a buggy.
What? Not a buggy.
And he goes from YouTube Street. It's like I really don't understand these people's logic. I really don't. Show me what your logic is based in on your point, and then we can go from there. Other than that, I really don't get it. And that's what I was saying about these other two brothers. I really don't get your logic. I don't really understand the foundation and the basis from your action point. I really don't. So Troll Farm Buggy, he said he replied something about my dog, and it's like, nigga, please. And that's about the best I know of him. Other than that, the statements he was making didn't make any sense to me in terms.
No, wait, not the dog. Oh wait, no, not the dog. No, not the dog.
Oh yeah, you're talking about he gonna take my dog. Dude, that dog ain't been apart from me for 12 years, bro. What are you talking about?
Oh my God.
10 years, excuse me, 10 years.
No, what did they say about the dog?
Hey, he talking about he'll do something and then take my dog. I can't remember. It was something in the comment. But it was like, well, you ain't gonna say that to my face.
Oh my God.
Dog will bite you. For real.
With,
he will bite you.
With the cone and everything.
Yeah. Well, the cone's coming off. He got to go to tomorrow and make sure everything's cool on the backside. And then the cone will come off tomorrow. He'll be back to his self.
It's nothing like it. I feel so this is so random. I need to go ahead and end this, but here's what I will say is that when you see the animals with the cone, you just automatically feel like I don't know, you feel like something well, you need to feel sorry for because I remember when Leo had the cone and he just you feel the need to feel sorry for the animal with the cone because you know that they're supposed to not be scratching a certain thing and and trying to be kosher when you know that they on drugs because if they got the cone on around their neck, they got some drugs in their system and whoo,
he only had antibiotics. He didn't have anything like, any type of mood altering for him, as it relates to pain or anything like that. He didn't have nothing like that. He had antibiotics and short supply of anti-inflammatories to deal with his issues. But the thing is, he wants to scratch. And
That
other
it
things he
hurts.
wants
Yeah,
to get to it.
it hurt.
So it's
When do you have a date to when? Because I had a date. They told me I had a certain amount of days. I had 3 days worth of medicine with Leo. They told me when he got his little surgery done to cut his little things off. I got 3 days that I had to put his pain medicine in his food. And that was pretty much it. Other than that, I had to kind of like watch when he was kind of like loopy based on the medicine.
Yeah, so you had a little stronger stuff. So this round, he only had 7 days of anti-inflammatories, and then he had 10 days with double dose on the days for antibiotics. Because see, you probably never. I don't know if you ever had a dog before, especially
I had
like
2
small
Rottweilers.
dogs. Okay, so that's a bigger dog. So you probably never had this problem. You probably never had to have their anal glands expressed.
Child, okay, I get it. You said the poop won't smell like nothing. What's next?
Yeah. So anyway, so those 2 dudes, they are as clueless as anal gland poop.
Child.
They really, like they don't really get it. It's like they said all this stuff in defense of, which didn't make sense to me. But then you come back around and say, well, if it was affecting me and mine, it's like, don't you see how in error you are with those statements? Seriously? It was just like the idiocy. There was no points to debate there. It was like that was a losing proposition on both ends. And it was like, Glenn, you could just kind of see that from his comments going in. It was like, no, you're not. And unfortunately, you know what, Jane? You know what's unfortunate? That's the generation behind me. That's the mindset of the behind me, and that's unfortunate. And here's what the fortunate thing is: the Most High is moving things, and we're watching it happen in the globe. And so, time is wrapping up, and it's all good.
Time is wrapping up, and it's a matter of people being able to look at themselves in the mirror when people and things are around and when they aren't. That's people are really having to deal with themselves because that moment of tag you're it tag you're it. Oh, it's the people want to see what I've been up. No, it's been up to that, but nonetheless, I do I appreciate you calling in to the show with regards to what it is that you are calling in about. You always mean a lot when you call in. At this point, you like a friend of the show. Like you are literally a friend of the show at this point, and people love to hate you. And honestly, that tickles me a little bit. I see it tickles you. So it'll be awesome. I look forward to hearing from you tomorrow. I do. Will we have a verdict tomorrow? We're unsure. Like we've got our Kelly's attorney to hear from tomorrow. The attorney said you've only got 105 minutes. / she tried to barter an extra 15 minutes, which would be 2 hours. So we should definitely be at an attorney point tomorrow. Will we be at a verdict? I'm not sure. I honestly doubt it a little bit. I wish we were at a verdict, but I doubt that we will be at one. But I will be anxious to definitely hear what you think, Don. about the finishing situation. Like what I would be anxious tomorrow, not today, child. I will be anxious to hear what you think tomorrow about the jury, the government, and everything else.
Okay. Well, Jane, you're not going to hear from me unless there is a topic that I can actually add value to. And I wanted to make those 3 points.
You know you like nigga, you calling every time regardless of what the fuck the topic is. Stop lying.
Sassiness. I love your intelligence and how you blend those two together. And you could be shutting like man, you could be shutting men down. Just I already know. So I'm gonna stop puffing you up, but just to let you know, I hold you in that kind of esteem. I know where you came from or whatever the reference is, and I hold those people in high esteem. So I wouldn't be over here if you wasn't the quality individual that could even be in their circles. So there that is.
I appreciate you. You have an amazing weekend. Have an amazing evening. What are we going on into Tuesday? Have a good night, and I will talk to you later.
Much love, Jane, and deuces back.
All right, deuces. All right, everyone. It is time to get out of here. It's been 4.5 hours. Oh my God, it's definitely time to get out of here. I'm finna go eat my little snack that I was supposed to eat today because I literally didn't eat anything. I literally didn't eat anything, and I'm hungry. And there's some pieces of my hair I just can't even finish pulling through. Goodbye, everyone. Goodbye, everyone. Y'all have an amazing evening. I love you all so much. Y'all stay beautiful, black, and blessed. Until the next video. I'm hungry. I'm hungry as hell. I ate nothing so that I could be live with you all and then be hungry, because sometimes if I eat a little bit of food, I won't go live. But nonetheless, this was an amazing situation. Okay. Apple G said, love you, Jane and Leo. Thank you. I'm glad y'all love me. Because let me tell you something. I'm tired. And I'm about to call my I'm tired, and I'm about to call my assistant, and I'm pretty sure she's tired, but she's gonna have to kind of deal with me being tired for a while. Everyone, look, we had a good show, didn't we? Because I said what I said about Robert. I presented all of the information about Robert. I did. Did I not? I presented all of the information about Robert. Good night. I got my Twitter account back, y'all. Troll Farm Buggy. Who is it behind this Troll Farm Buggy account? I'm just trying to think. KOG just woke up. Hazel E says tonight was a great show. I do think that tonight was a great show. I can't wait to edit it a little bit and just trim a few things off of it. But I do think that I did really well. I can't even explain to y'all how or why, but I do. Not one more minute. Oh, okay. Damn, the Just J told me get off here. I need to get off here. Nonetheless, I do need to get off here because I have work tomorrow. We've got R. Kelly's attorney saying, hey, my client, I can't say my client wasn't in the video, but here's what I'm going to say. McDavid and them, they knew about the shit. Lock them up too. How else are you supposed to How else are you supposed to get into? Hold on. I'm in the Discord. All right. Goodbye, y'all. Y'all have an amazing evening. Y'all have an amazing evening, and I'm going to be on my way out of here. Where is the exit? Here we go.
But that's it. If you want to catch more of my commentary on